Okay. Let me just see if this works. Turn the Wii mode on. Okay, cool. It's in sync. Just turn that off. Okay. And let me join.
This is lagging like a motherfucker.
So what if I am? I mean, what?
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games.
No, you don't.
We
Where are
got
they?
everything you want. Honey, we know the name. And you're a very sexy girl who's very hard to please. I hit the button. So welcome back, Gizmo.
That's not part of the lyrics.
I hit the button.
That's not part of the lyrics, man. Don't ruin the song.
I hit the fucking button. I guess the game can't see.
Oh, yeah?
It'll do anything you want, except push the button.
That's so random.
Don't just sit there. Push the button.
I hit the button, game.
Button. The
Okay,
button.
so I am going to be looking for some power-ups
Oh, yeah?
while Alex is, you know, doing the thing.
Oh, yeah?
So,
Anywho.
Peter, please. So, anyways, lead story tonight. I was, I wasn't exactly the witness to a stabbing, but I was the witness to the aftermath of a stabbing that happened,
Another bum fight?
No, well, the thing that I told you about on Sunday.
Right.
Hey, yeah. So, I was on my way home from the dojo, and I went to go, I was gonna, swing by the gym, and I'm gonna check out the stores around there before we did our stuff on Sunday. Because I usually check out those places anyways, and I hadn't been there in about a week, so I figured it was worth a shot, that kind of thing.
Right.
And, I pull up. There's like 6 cop cars out front of the Dollar Tree and the barber shop. I think you said my gadgets were disabled, game. And so, I'm like looking around, trying to figure out, like, what the hell's going on. I see 2 ambulances there. There's the cop cars, like 2 guys are in the back of the ambulances. And there's a guy, it looks like there's a guy in one of the cop cars. So, I asked the guy who owned the barbershop, like, hey, like, dude, what the fuck is going on? And he said, okay, so there were these homeless guys who were, like, trying to, like, camp out on his bench that he has outside of his barber shop there, or for, like, people to rest on while they're waiting and for their appointment at the barber shop, that kind of thing. And these guys were putting their shoes up there, and he saw that the shoes were up there, and he knocked a pair off. And there was this black pair of shoes. And somebody came back later on and put a red pair of shoes there, and he knocked them off again and asked the homeless guys who were there. It was like, hey, are these your shoes? And they said no. I was like, well, you're not allowed to be here. Or so, I'm supposed, like, the guy who owns the plaza, the shopping plaza where all this stuff is, has said, if they're, if you have, like, homeless people who, like, camping out around here, or, call the police on them, because it's, pretty, there's issues with the insurance and whatnot. You don't want people hanging around, and a lot of them are drug addicts or crazy, so you don't want them messing with people, because they have messed with people, they have caused messes and stuff like that. So, you've got, you got to deal with stuff like that. And Alex is the guy who owns the barbershop. Alex is trying to be nice to him, and he said, like, look, just leave. You know, I'm not gonna.
Barber shop.
I don't own the barber shop.
I'm joking.
But yeah, Alex told him, you know, hey, you know, you guys just leave, and I won't call the cops on you. But if you stick around, I'm gonna have to call the cops, and so this one guy, I was like, hey, who said that the shoes were his. I was like, hey, you didn't take my stuff, did you? And Alex was like, no, I didn't. And it was like,
you know, the more you talk about this Alex guy, the more I'm thinking, why is Alex referring to himself in the third person?
Yeah, this I realized this was weird while I was typing it out in the chat as it happened on Sunday.
Yeah.
So anyways, yeah, so this one guy said, yeah, those shoes were mine, and Alex told me he needed to get lost. And so what happened was, and there's sort of a running in joke between me and a couple of friends of mine, and that, like, whenever nothing good ever follows the phrase, what had happened was, and nothing good follows this. So, that guy, Alex left the barber shop to go down the street to the gym. And, not, like, down the street, but, like, down the plaza. And, you know, this guy followed him down and, like, surprised him as he was getting out of his truck. And it was like, I'm trying to ask him, hey, use your security cameras to figure out who took my stuff. And Alex was just like, no, it could have been anybody could have taken your stuff. If it could have been, and, you know, somebody throwing it away, it could have been, and because this guy, like, apparently, like, kept all his stuff in a shopping bag, and
That's not a good idea.
yeah, not a good idea, and, like, left it on the fucking park bench. Or on the bench that's out. Yeah, even worse idea. And he was saying, oh, I'm new to this homeless stuff. I don't know how this works. And I was like, okay, common sense tells you, don't leave things in a Walmart bag sitting on a public bench. Why? Because people will throw it away. Or they'll take it. Or any number of things, you know? Like, there's all kinds of things that can happen in a situation like that. Damn it, Peter! Don't make me go through all that shit again. Anyways, so...
Yeah.
You know, Alex said it could have been anybody. Could have been one of those two guys you're hanging out with, one of your homeless buddies. And this guy took that literally. And he went down the plaza and stabbed both of the guys, it looked like.
Jesus.
I've been like, that was not even remotely close to what I was implying there, guy.
Well, yeah, like that guy's in fucking jail now. Presume there's gonna be life in prison without parole, hopefully. Peter, I would appreciate it if you would dodge when I tell you to.
Okay, so Gizmo.
Anyways, so yeah, so when this had happened literally like 5 minutes before I showed up. The blood was still fresh on the ground. Like there were like red blood droplets on the fucking ground, on the fucking sidewalk there. And yeah, and I had to like tiptoe around them to be able to get into the Dollar Tree. And then I had to go back to the Pizza Hut.
And now the game wrongfully assumes that I'm still fighting.
Yeah. Then I had to go back to the Pizza Hut to give them a signed statement about the situation that happened a couple weeks ago, actually. About that fight that I talked about last week. So that was interesting, and the people at the Pizza Hut were like, damn man, you're here for all the beef, and I was like, yeah, kinda. I wasn't exactly here for this, but I was like close enough, you know. Well, and I would have actually been there when it happened. I'll bet you, if it hadn't been for the fact that I stopped to ask one of the other instructors at the dojo about his new gym bag. Like, I spent about probably like 5-10 minutes talking to him about his new gym bag, because my gym bag is the zipper's broken on it, and I've been trying to think about getting a new one, but I really haven't ever cared enough to think about it, really, like in any serious capacity. So, oh yeah, now we're in a church where there's a bell, where we're probably going to try and recreate that scene from Spider-Man 3. That dagger missed by a country mile, Craven.
You mean that thing? You mean that thing that's been recreated in just about every Spider-Man medium?
Yes.
I think I might.
Why are we doing Craven's Last Hunt and the symbiote at the same time?
You got me there. Sorry,
Why are you pointing the knife at him in such a way that you'll stab yourself if you... A shoulder stab isn't gonna be fatal. It's gonna fuck him up a little bit, but, like... You want to kill him, don't you? But how are you putting this... How are you putting this together?
You don't question how Kraven the Hunter does things. He just does them.
How did you figure that out? Oh yes, smack it with a lot of force. That's definitely going to dampen the fucking vibrations. Oh yeah, rub it in more, why don't you? Isn't somebody supposed to get poisoned in Craven's Last Hunt?
Clearly. Hey, they forgot that detail.
Hold R2 to swing. I was trying to do a fucking trick. You cannot start this activity at this time. Oh, fucking hell.
I swear trying to do it via software is just a nightmare on my part.
Well, we'll have to figure out on what to do from there, because
your stream is lagging on my end, and I can't really get much of Gizmo's thing up, and it's just. And it keeps on saying, encoding overloaded, consider turning down the video setting or use a faster encoding preset.
It was working fine. What kind of GPU do you have in your computer?
Don't know! I don't know anything about these things! Encoding overload.
Are you asking me or him?
Oh, so I got both of them.
And
I
now
can either have one or the other.
Frozen.
Okay.
And now my stream is frozen. Fan-tucking-fastic.
We'll thaw it out.
I'm gonna have to close OBS. Just great.
Might want to switch to another one like XSplit or Streamlabs.
That's not going to solve my problem.
No, it's not going to solve the problem. Because if it's having issues with the hardware, or it's going to be a different issue. So, Kevin, go ahead and share your screen again. Can't afford any more X shot, but who cares?
Yeah, look at this. Your thing isn't... I can't and get...
Fucked, it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't do anything about this. I don't know where I'm supposed to update the damn video driver. Or I don't know.
I'll be right back.
I don't know
Okay.
what the hell I'm supposed to do. I really hate this. So I was going to try... Yeah, see, it keeps saying encoding overloaded.
Okay. So yeah, so that stuff's frozen pretty well. Also, here's what I want you to do. Click on the settings again. Okay. Okay, now it's just fucking frozen. And so
Now it's just not responding.
Click on the little pop-up. See the taskbar down to the bottom? Click on the little arrow next to the cloud thing. There you go.
I'm back.
Oh wow, you got a lot of shit going. Okay, so
This is the second phone call I had while I was trying to stream or involved in a stream.
oh, now it goes.
Yeah, now it goes.
Okay, out. Hang on. So, hit Control-Shift-Escape.
Well, it looks like there's going to be another late stream.
Yeah. What the fuck? There was a problem with the Twitch. Tell me. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's good. Because when I saw that, I freaked out for a second, so... So, click... Okay, now I'm just waiting for for processes to load. Did it just close on its own?
No.
Where did it go?
I just clicked off of it.
Okay, click back real quick. Oh, now it's...
And it...
frozen. Okay.
Yep. Nothing feels like working!
Okay, go to settings again on OBS. See if we can figure out what GPU this is supposed to be running on, because laptops have 2 GPUs for some stupid reason.
And OBS is once again not responding.
Yay. Just wait for it to respond and we'll get that working.
We are live, and this is still happening.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now what?
Okay, so... click on video. Okay.
Video output is currently active.
Yeah. So go back up to output.
Okay.
Okay. So So you're gonna want to reduce the video bit rate to probably like 6,000. You don't need it at 10,000, and especially for 720p. There you go. So
And-
hit apply. Okay, that should be able to reduce the yeah, that should reduce just the requirements.
And
Is it doing better now?
no.
Hmm.
I still can't do anything.
Okay, you might want to stop the stream him real quick and
You might want to restart it entirely. The computer.
well, yeah, but the thing we need to do is check some stuff out once you've stopped the stream.
Yeah, I stopped
and
this
just so that we can
stream's stopping, and it's still, well, not registering that I stopped.
How often do you restart your laptop?
Not too often, and I just started this thing not even over an hour ago.
Okay, so I had an issue where my laptop's graphics drivers got uninstalled, so I was left with the integrated graphics chip instead of the actual that was on board the CPU, as opposed to the actual.
Okay, so what am I supposed to do now?
Okay, so close OBS and then restart it.
I swear to God. Why is
Now
it
you're
happening
making
on my end?
Okay. I don't know. Now? Okay. Run normally. Click run normally.
Calm down there, Billy. You'll get through this eventually.
Yeah.
At least you know how to use it, unlike unlike Darkside Phil. Oh, my toxic!
Toxic.
I am literally.
I like how Peter makes a comment about how we see the sandstones everywhere, but yeah, we knew that already, Peter. Okay, hit cancel.
And it's.
There
And now.
we go.
And now it's launching, but it's still not responding.
Well, that might take a little while. There we go. Okay, so now go into the settings again. What was the setting that you needed to change to make it work?
Apparently, I needed to change from hardware to software, which that ended up being a big mistake.
Okay, click on, just... Yeah.
And unfortunately, I can't do it on hardware either, or because then I have to update my video drivers, which I still don't know how to do.
Okay, so we're just waiting on that. Alright, so is that in stream? Or was that... where was that? Okay, that would have been probably an output. Okay, then go to video encoder. No, output. Video encoder, yeah. Hardware, click on hardware right there.
Yeah, and it's gonna tell me...
Click on encoder preset. You had your... yeah. Okay, go to output mode advanced. I'll just show you what I've got.
I can't.
Okay.
Oh,
I have
never mind.
output.
Advanced.
I have output mode as simple too. That's weird.
And now what?
Okay. Okay, so, go to, okay. Okay, so click on encoder settings over in streaming. Okay. Okay, you're gonna want to click on the CBR. Go to ABR. Alright. And increase the 2500 kilobits a second to like 5000.
Okay.
Okay, I have different options available than you, I guess. So, okay, so yeah, CPU usage very fast. Yep, that's good. Okay, so, okay, good. Click on apply. Okay, hey, hit OK, and then try to start recording. Set up a broadcast. Hit start recording.
Okay,
Hey!
I'm recording.
We're recording, but we're not streaming yet. So now you can go ahead and just create a new. You can stop recording if you want. I just wanted to make sure that worked.
Okay.
So yeah, so just go to manage, create a new broadcast, like Prime part whatever,
It's supposed to be the finale, but I guess I can't end the damn game.
You want to talk about the shit cube next?
The what cube next?
It's a joke Ace would have gotten.
It's right there, Peter.
It's still having
Okay,
problems.
That's not a problem. That's just the. Okay. Okay, so you can just close that out. Close that out. Yeah. So now just just create a new broadcast, Prime, part.
I know. I
Part
know.
two.
Whatever, 0.5.
Part
Yeah.
two.
So.
Not two, dude.
So apparently, Congress
Up again. I'm.
after the Looney Tunes thing happened. App revealed Chinatown fast travel unlocked. I'm sorry, I'm playing a Spider-Man game. I wanted fast travel by web slinging.
Well,
All right, let's
But don't you
try
know
this.
it's an open world game? You gotta have everything.
But I've already got everything. God damn it, Peter. I want it all.
Can you show me? Alright, I'm just gonna post this in shameless plugs.
Shameless plug.
I guess that crime sorted itself out.
By the way, so I
hell
was
is that?
mentioning
Oh.
earlier, Gizmo, that anti-venom in the context of the Insomniac game gives Peter somehow immunity to or it gives Peter the ability to damage its symbiotes far more, or which is not what it does at all. I kind of wish I was making this up.
What?
The fact that Insomniac clearly does not understand Spider-Man comics.
Well, did you see the recent trailer for Madam Web, where they basically made this one guy from the comics into it was like Ezekiel. I can't remember his last name.
I don't remember either, but I'm
Remember
mostly known by Ezekiel. He was actually like
Yeah,
only a temporary enemy to Spider-Man, and then they became allies.
Yeah, they've got the fucking spider masks in that movie. Yeah, the Madam Web movie look fucking stupid, by the way,
You don't like the cowl?
because they've got the eyes exposed.
What,
But-
like it's a Batman mask?
Kinda.
I wouldn't have minded
Okay.
the mask if they would have at least tried to work in the eyepieces before anything else.
Alright, I'm
Like
gonna
the
try to
old
find...
Spider-Woman masks did.
Like-
Yeah.
No, like every spider person mask. Spider-Girl, Spider-Man, Spider-Woman,
Spider-Boy.
Spider-Boy.
The thing that I was saying is that Spider-Woman masks in the past have had exposed mouths and things like that, and Spider-Boy also had an exposed mouth on his suit, but they had the eyepieces still, you know?
Right.
I do apologize to our viewers at home for the technical difficulties, but unfortunately it wouldn't be a MacCast without some form of incredible stupidity going on in the fucking technology section.
Yeah. So here's the funny. So I was saying.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I was saying that apparently for some reason Insomniac decided it to do what they did with Spider-Man. With Spider-Man, and with the first Spider-Man game, where they give Peter like an anti-ox suit designed to take on Dr. Octagonopus Blah.
Yeah.
And it was just like,
yeah, they're basically attempting to recreate things using names and segments from the comics without actually understanding what makes things what, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of like, we were talking about with the Madam Web movie. The fact that they're even making a Madam Web movie when the Madam Web shit is like some of the most
complicated,
probably some of the complicated and divisive aspects of the comics is kind of like if they were to try and make a Spider-Man a One More Day film out of Spider-Man that wasn't No Way Home, you know?
And the thing is like that sounds like something the MCU would do. That's the problem.
Don't jinx it. I don't want them to do One More Day.
Well, I mean, they already did. They already kind of did One More Day, but here's the thing. No Way Home was actually good.
Yeah, that's the thing.
What? You guys are really fucking dumb.
You know what?
This is PS5.
You know what? Since that segment kind of drained me, I think I'm just gonna do the half-assed way, because I'm just.
Oh yeah, you remember all the shit I went through with Sonic and Knuckles.
No, I have a 100% save file. I'm just gonna switch to that after I'm done. With
I hit
Ridley.
The button, game.
So I apologize if it seems like I'm not going all the way with this, but
going all the way like your Kenny Loggins in Caddyshack 2.
I'm just done.
Peter, please.
Okay. Hey, so Gizmo. Oh,
you know, always take
you
off
know what? Gizmo, you know what the anti-venom suit, or you know what the anti-venom thing does, right?
That
to
thing
Spider-Man
just disappeared into thin air.
No.
I thought you did.
The anti-venom? I thought you were talking about the actual symbiote.
No, I'm talking about anti-venom.
No.
Okay, so in the comics, the anti-venom suit is, or the anti-venom symbiote is supposed to.
Oh, so it is the anti-venom suit.
Yeah.
Why do you keep saying that? Okay. I know what the what anti-venom is because I didn't know him as an it. I know him as a he because anti-venom was a villain.
Yeah.
Well, anti-venom was also
a hero.
Oh,
he was a hero too at one point.
I was gonna say, hey, Flash Thompson was Agent Venom. Agent Venom was also white. Jesus fucking Christ.
Kinda. I don't remember that. That's because there's so many fucking shitty comic books that have been released about Captain Marvel.
Okay, so... Okay, so for context's sake, near the end of the game, and Peter turns out to still have a fraction of the symbiote inside of him. And by the...
No, don't spoil it, because I'm still playing through, and I want my reaction to be...
Alright.
Okay, don't spoil
I want my reaction to be natural.
Just for Alex,
alright, fair enough.
Just for Alex, don't spoil it.
I won't.
I could care less, because, you know, it's Insomniac Spider-Man.
Gizmo, I don't mean to be a grammar Nazi, but it's I couldn't care less.
And
I mean, technically, I couldn't care less is somewhat, Yes, I want to reset the fucking molecule. How do I... never mind. Destroy the corrupted ones and avoid destroying good ones. There we go. I forgot how this worked.
I love Meta Ridley's theme. Hey Gizmo. Oh, so when and if you ever get to playing Metroid Prime, are you gonna go for the remastered or the original?
Original. I have the original.
Okay, but which version of the original? Because there's both the trilogy version and the original North American GameCube version.
That's the trilogy, not the original. I'm going for the original.
Okay, so you're going for the OG.
That's the original. Trilogy isn't the original.
Yeah, that is fair.
Trilogy's got motion controls and some other stuff added to it.
The motion control isn't actually that bad, as I've demonstrated.
Okay, I never said that it was bad. All I'm saying is that it has motion controls and other added-in stuff to prevent it from being called the original, as well as the title alone. Metroid Prime Trilogy isn't the original. It's a bundle. It's a bundle with bells and whistles. The original is the original. And the HD remaster...
Peter, why are you wearing your web shooters out in public where everyone can see you?
Alex, even though Peter is supposed to be one of the smartest individuals in all of comic books, even smarter than fucking Bruce Wayne, and look at his IQ number, or compared to Bruce. Yeah, Lex is not feeling too smart now, is he? To be like, yeah, Lex, how small does your wiener feel right now? He'd be like, yeah, pretty small, huh? Especially,
I remember what happened when somebody went inside a particle accelerator in the Flash. Why am I playing F-Zero inside of this? And now I'm inside while the particle beam is on. That's great. That's definitely safe.
It's not what I wanted. God,
for people.
Damn it. So who wants to go through the news?
Well, we could talk about the Looney Tunes Warner Brothers thing getting picked up by Congress.
I heard about that, but I don't know the full story. What happened there?
Oh, so basically, some congressman said that it was what Warner Brothers was doing is criminal, and they shouldn't be doing it. So I'm glad somebody is at least saying something about it, even if they're not out. Even if, I'll have to wait and see if they'll actually ever do something worthwhile about it, or if they'll just have Warner Brothers pay a fucking fine or some shit, you know?
Fine. Maybe it'll be even double the salary of what the guys already earned when they were working on the movie.
At the very least, I'd like to see them. I'd like to see them not be allowed to do stuff like this, because I can't remember who said it, but they said that, you know, being allowed to basically trash a finished film or a finished product is basically criminal. So, oh yeah, use the fucking symbiote web to try and. The fuck? How did that work?
Oh,
use the symbiote web to try and put out the goddamn fire. Or that's definitely how that works.
I don't think they use symbiote webs to bring the movie back to the public's attention.
So, I'm gonna be honest, like, when I finally got to this part of the game, I was just like, oh man. I'm like, oh, I almost forgot about you, Ridley. And I was just excited that I finally got to fight this guy that's been built up since the start of the game. Wouldn't you say that's a cool prospect?
Yep.
Fucking Insomniac. Never soft as my Spider-Man.
What about Activision?
That is Activision.
Okay. Okay, what about the Spider-Man and movie games?
Those were Activision.
No, I'm talking about who Activision outsourced for those.
Neversoft is Activision.
Oh, Treyarch. Treyarch actually did. Treyarch actually did Spider-Man 2.
Everyone loves.
And then they got thrown into the fucking Call of Duty grindhouse.
I mean, everyone loves the Spider-Man movie games up until 3, which everyone hated.
3 wasn't actually that bad. It was just that it was like
sure about that?
It was one of those things where they. Well, yeah, I am sure about that, because there's just one of those. There's enough cool. Yeah, there's enough cool shit in there. Or that it's still fun to play. It's just not like, it's not the best. It's not as good as Spider-Man 2, you know?
Yeah.
If I had to rate my Spider-Man games, Neversoft 1, Neversoft 1, Maguire 1, 2, Maguire 2, 3, Neversoft 2, 4.
Ow.
And let's see, what else? Spider-Man on Game Boy, any Spider-Man on Game Boy Advance 5.
You sure? Because like Spider-Man, and I had a couple of good Spider-Man games for Game Boy Advance.
I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying those are like the top 5 Spider-Man games for me.
Okay. I'd say Insomniac 1's pretty good, but like. The rest of the Insomniac Spider-Man games are kind of iffy at best. Because, like, Miles' game was fucking weird. Like, they were asking full fucking price, and then some, for a goddamn X-Pack.
Alright, Ridley's dead. Fire the oppression lasers. There will be no
an X-Pack and a fucking remaster. Jesus Christ.
I feel like the guys who are involved in the Wile E. Coyote movie are going to be paid even more, knowing that Congress is going to get involved.
God, I fucking hope so. Like, this is one of those things that should stand as an example to the entire fucking film industry. Warner Brothers especially, because, dear fucking God, this is... Like, this is a practice that needs to die. You shouldn't be allowed to basically just nuke a project because you don't think it's going to make money and be able to write that off on your taxes. Like, there should be some kind of consequences to that. Like, the American people should own that shit, you know?
The same thing with TV shows and cartoons, because remember when Cartoon Network kept on bringing us bangers and then they cancel a lot of the shows before they came?
Yeah, cancellation is one thing, but, like, taking a fucking tax write-off on that shit is something else. Or tax write-down or whatever the hell it's called.
Alright, hold on a sec. I'm gonna actually try to stop streaming, then go to hardware, or see if that works.
Alright.
Okay.
No, but that's the thing, though. Like, they cancel them, and then they go with a tax write-off saying that they're a failure. Why do you think they're a failure if people want them back? If people loved it, if you didn't fuck around with the schedule, maybe then people won't have to bitch about how you're a bad company. You're suddenly showing You're suddenly showing off certain cartoons early in the day when they're at school, and then late at night when they're sleeping. Same thing if like adults like it. It's like, oh, you'll play them when they're at work, and you'll play them when they're sleeping. It's like, bro, fix.
And part of the idea behind like stuff like the Cartoon Network website, stuff like HBO Max, stuff like everything, was that you'd be able to watch this stuff at your own leisure. Like, I watched shit on the Cartoon Network website even though I didn't have cable. And that was fucking awesome. I was happy to watch stuff with ads there. Same way with the 4Kids website. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was in reruns by the time I got to it, so I didn't want to try and, like, get into the show after the fact, you know. So I wound up watching most of the show through stuff like the 4Kids website. And I watched Bakugan on the Cartoon Network website, things like that.
I know nothing about Bakugan. Is that actually good?
The show's all right. The game is fucking terrible.
Really? Even with all the cards and shit?
Dude, it's
still going on too?
It's fucking lame. I don't know how it's still going on, but it is.
Man, it must be like that one game it must be one of those like fictional games that you always hear about in like cartoons where it's like the rules are very convoluted, but they keep playing anyway.
Yeah,
one of those games.
It's not even that convoluted, it's almost too simple.
Oh man, it sounds like they were made just for kids if they're gonna be that simple.
Like, you've never... So... Like, the way Bakugan is represented in this show, like, you have, like, your hand of cards and you do your shit with the Bakugan, and you roll the Bakugan onto the cards, and then they fight. The fight in the show, as represented by the... Like, it's not the same as it is in the game. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, even as simplified as, like, the Yu-Gi-Oh's presentation is in terms of like how Duel Monsters is versus how it is in real life, like, it's still a representation of what happens in the card game, even if there's, like, conveniences and bullshit and all that kind of stuff. Like...
Man, it looks like an interesting card game too.
You'd think it would be, but unfortunately, it comes down to a lot of like if you... I only ever played it with my friends a couple of times. Like, I had my Bakugan. We each had our own Bakugan cards and shit like that. And we like play shit with our fucking Bakugan, and like you roll the cards out onto like the metal cards that let them let the Bakugan fold out.
Yeah.
And that's basically when the game ends. Whenever we played it. So it's like you add your cards, you add your stuff, you do this, you do that, and like the game's basically over. Like, whoever has the most points wins, and then you do that a couple more times until all the Bakugan's exhausted.
Yeah, it's a very simple game. Even the show actually accurately represented that.
Sounds way too simple.
Yeah. I don't know how it survived as long as it has. Fucking Kaijudo was a much better game, and Wizards of the Coast killed it. Like, Hasbro killed one of my favorite card games of all time because it wasn't making them enough money. They took away all the events. They had so many events. They had free events, they had paid events, and all of them were amazing. And then they reduced the amount of both kinds of events. So, well, like you'd have they stopped doing as many free events, and then they stopped doing free events altogether, and the paid events got like less got worse and more expensive and things like that. You know, it fucking sucked. Like they did the same thing they wound up doing with like Magic the Gathering, where Magic the Gathering had problems even before it started becoming it was already a money sink, and then it became more of a money sink for people. I never played Magic in any significant capacity, and I've been attempting to get rid of my Magic cards for a while.
Nowadays Magic cards are just spell cards, Alex.
Yeah, that was kind of a weird thing for me.
Yeah, I've been trying to get rid of my Magic the Gathering cards for a long time now, and ultimately I just haven't. It got to a point where a bunch of people who I knew who played Magic just weren't interested in it anymore, or because they were either moving on to different games, or they'd stopped, or they just stopped playing trading card games altogether, because that was around the time that Yu-Gi-Oh! Was getting really shit again, too. That was around the time that, like, Kaijudo started getting fucked up by Hasbro, and that was around the time that Card Fight Vanguard, which was my other favorite card game at the time, basically lost all popularity and support. It was badly supported by whatever the company was that made it, and Weisschwarz was, and Future Card Buddy Fight were getting more push.
Excuse me? What was that name again?
Yeah, Future Card Buddy Fight. It was basically Card Fight Vanguard for very young kids, and Weisschwarz was Card Fight Vanguard if you wanted to have, if I remember correctly, it was more Card Fight Vanguard for people who wanted licensed weeb shit, because there were Sword Art Online decks, there were, there was all kinds of other shit like that, and I have all of my old starter.
I got a subscriber. Thank you, Dallas.
Oh, God damn it, Peter.
Thank you, Dallas Kong, for subscribing.
You know?
And thinking the my born
Winnie the Pooh.
Interesting.
I know it might look like it, but we're not actually in the 100 Acre Wood. You're gonna have to go find your honey somewhere else.
It's my honey.
Oh, my Pooh Bear. What big axe do you have?
See, your joke was funnier than the game's actual joke.
Oh, thank you.
You know what? Now that you mentioned weeb shit, are there any animes out? Are there any anime out there that would have made a great trading card game if they were turn into them again? Because from what I understand, Dragon Ball Z was a good trading card game, wasn't it?
The Dragon Ball Z trading card game was great. The Dragon Ball Super trading card game was mediocre as shit. My Pooh Bear, what big axe you have? Man, Winnie the Pooh really went downhill after Disney lost the license. Razor Fist might have been right about things entering the public domain if this is what Winnie the Pooh has descended to.
Hey,
I'm just coming with these I'm just coming up with these off the top of my head. This is just shit that's in my brain.
Oh, dude.
Insomniac, maybe you should hire me to write your Spider-Man dialogue.
Nah.
You know,
they're too busy.
You know what's funny about Lies of P is actually a Dark Souls game, but with Pinocchio. And from what I heard, the ending hints at Dorothy getting involved in it when it shows a girl with rainbow slippers, ruby slippers, and clicking her heels twice.
Okay, so the ruby slippers might run them into copyright trouble with Warner Brothers because they were originally diamond slippers in the Frank Baum books.
Why did they change them to ruby then? Because if they were
diamond... because they wanted to show off the color.
Okay, makes sense. I thought
if they didn't.
I thought it was originally because diamond slippers would have looked too close to glass slippers, if you know what I mean.
Well, diamond slippers wouldn't have looked very good on screen anyways, because they're just, it's just white and sparkly. But, if with ruby slippers, you really get to show off the awesome, like, color. Because that was the film's big thing. It was like the transition from the sepia to the color.
Yeah, that was a big thing, wasn't it? That movie going into color.
Yep.
That actually took legit filmmaking in prowess as well, because they had a double done up to look sepia tone, so that Dorothy would become color once she entered Oz.
Too bad her body lost color after so much cocaine and cigarettes. Like shit, man. Like. Yeah, let's smoke this shit into our lungs. There can't possibly be some sort of health risk.
That was the 1930s for you. They had asbestos snow on set during that movie.
I remember that. Jesus Christ! Imagine having to explain that.
Okay, so the John Wayne film The Conqueror was shot downwind of the nuclear test ground, where they tested the nuclear bombs they dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
The moment you said Nagasaki, fucking. The moment you said Nagasaki, that stupid ass Twitch streamer was what came into my mind immediately. Hiroshima, Nagasaki, you do it. You do it again. We do it to you. Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Fucking. You don't know?
My name is Hiroshima Nagasaki. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Oh, for fuck. Imagine if your name was Hiroshima Nagasaki. There's a lot to explain. But you know who I mean, right? I mean, that guy's in jail now for like a few months. Thank God.
Oh, there goes Metroid Prime.
Hey, buddy, the FurCon isn't till next week.
I wonder what's down there.
So what's another news?
Well, in other news, I'm currently beating Paddington's ass.
The image of Spider-Man being the
I'm sorry you never got your third movie. Your first two were really good.
The image of Paddington getting his ass beat by Spider-Man is a thought.
It's a thing that happened.
They were both made by Sony, so they could have actually reasonably come up with references for them.
Kind of an odd license to make a movie out of, don't you think?
I always confused the two of them when I was a kid. Like, I didn't know, there were two talking bear things, you know?
Next thing you know,
it was kind of like how Garfield and Heathcliff were both orange cats who did mischief.
Yeah, that makes sense. Next thing you know, they're gonna make a movie out of, I don't know, fucking Corduroy. They made a cartoon out of it, after all.
Corduroy? What?
I'm a fire and malaise.
You don't know? There was a children's book called Corduroy about how there was a bear with overalls looking for a button to fix his overalls because he's missing a button. Then they made
hang on, I remember that now.
Yeah, they made an entire cartoon series out of that somehow.
Well, they made an entire film series out of Shrek, and that children's book is like, there's hardly anything in that book, you know? Like,
Shrek is different, I feel like. There was
Winnie the Pooh. I'm sorry, Christopher Robin. I've got to put down Winnie the Pooh. He's gone rabid.
Shrek, I feel like, is different because there was plenty there that they could work with. Like, you know,
how long did he survive on that one spot of health? Just make sure nobody gives him any special honey. We don't need him growing anymore. I'm still... I know I'm impressed by my own jokes, but I'm more disappointed at how bad the ones Insomniac came up with were. It's worse than MCU Spider-Man, because at least Iron Boy had some decent references.
Iron Boy?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, you're the Avengers!
That's actually, I've grown on that one. That one's grown on me.
Yeah, that
like, if they'd have had a little less setup time for that, if Peter would have just shown up and was like, "Oh wow, you're the Avengers," like if he just had.
I feel like at that point, Peter was really wanting to show off the new suit and get into some, you know, actual action.
Dear fucking god, these guys have zero sense of self-preservation. They're worse than the Uncharted goons. Like, how many times have I beaten you guys up? Killed every single one of you?
So...
Like, whatever benefits plan Kraven is giving you, it can't be enough to justify me breaking every single bone in your body.
Okay, so, in case you guys are wondering what I'm doing in the game... This boss, Metroid Prime, yes, the name of the game, yes, the title of the game is the name of the final boss. I know, very imaginative, isn't it?
I'm so close, that's what she said.
Nasty. Yee! We should go over some news that we didn't get to tackle.
Oh yeah.
From
yeah, feel
from
free to. Yeah, feel free to work on that because I'm currently wrestling with the least sensible henchman in the history of the entire universe, because the world is exploding. Evil Spider-Man is here, and he's killing all of them. And they just don't give a shit. Now, granted, I did just die there, but maybe you guys could I want to go home and rethink my life. Ever considered taking Obi-Wan Kenobi's advice from the best Star Wars film?
Hey, you want some death sticks?
No.
I want to sell no death sticks. I don't want to sell no death sticks. You want
You're
to go
still.
home and rethink your life.
You're still on. My life. You're still smoking that funny stuff, Alex.
Sleaze Bogano went back home and rethought his life.
Okay, so you're gonna be weird. There's two comic book news that's either odd or just fucking odd. One is Lord of the Rings creator J.R.R. Tolkien's life to be adapted into graphic novel biography in Tolkien, Lighting Up the Darkness.
It better not be done by the guys who did Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark, because that would be a very stupid expanded universe.
According to press release, the biography vividly explores the youth of John Ronald Reuel Tolkien, the author of Lord of the Rings saga, and his traumatic experience of the battlefield.
And the game's over.
War, which forged the imagination of his later literary works. Okay.
Okay, that's actually sounds interesting, but it also sounds like kind of like stuff that we've already seen before in 1,000 things, like the All Quiet on the Western Front and things like that. So in doing it in graphic novel form might not be that interesting, except for the fact that it is, being done about somebody who's quite famous. So.
Okay, here's some news. Here's some more news about it. It's gonna be written by Willie DeRaforge with art Giancarlo Caracuzzo. It'll be 112 pages in length and will retail for $16.99 as a hardcover, and they plan to release it on January 23rd of next year.
Huh, that's actually not that bad. I've seen worse prices for graphic novels, especially these days.
Speaking of worse graphic novels, Voyage Comics launches brave look at the consequences of abortion with Life Choices: The Gift.
I'm sorry, I read my comic books so that I don't have to deal with things that happen in real life?
You know, yeah, like, well, come on now. You should know this right now. This is common among comic books. This is what people ask for comic books. You know, the crisis of a secret identity. You know, proving that the right conquers over wrong, and as well as abortion.
You know, it can't be better than whatever the fuck that thing by Borba was. Like the Zootopia abortion trilogy.
Oh, for fuck, I remember that shit. It was so
Yeah,
weird.
if you want to go... We actually, in our pre-streaming days over in the server Comics for All, we actually did a read-through party on Borba's... in the first 2 issues of Borba's Zootopia abortion trilogy.
Dude, I remember the moment I laid eyes on that, I knew I was in for some shit. The moment I heard that, Judy and Nick are having a kid, I'm like, oh, okay, it's gonna be one of those heartfelt, wholesome comics where, you know,
yeah.
we're gonna.
And then they go into like, and then they go into the logistics of having a half rabbit, half fox baby, you know, and immediately my brain was just like, oh, no, okay, I didn't want to think about this.
I would like to. How cool would it be to possibly see a hybrid of a predator and prey animal becoming half fox, half rabbit? That would be fascinating to see somehow.
Okay, you know, that is a great idea.
But here's
the problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. They're going about it as if it was a fucking X-Men comic book. And when I say X-Men, I'm not talking about our powers make us unique and our abilities make us who we are. No, I'm talking like your powers make you a fucking freak because they make you look like a half-ton of brick shit.
Remember, Simba.
They was like, dude, why are you worrying about how he looks? Weren't you ostracized for being a predator? You look like a predator. They ostracized you for.
Anyway, since I'm done with Metroid Prime, I'm just gonna see if I could adjust my video settings because this is not working.
And this is not just a regular comic book, mind you. This is a choose your own.
I will be right back.
Okay. This is a choose your own. Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
This is a choose your own adventure comic book. You know, flip to page 24 to live, flip to page 58 to die but save this person, flip to page 1 to start over, flip to page 63 to live but sever an arm, that kind of thing. You remember those books?
Oh yeah, flip to page. Those were so fucking traumatic when I was a kid. And because I picked up one that was like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and like you get attacked by a sea monster within the first few pages, and then you wind up getting the bends and having to like take time off and shit. And I'd seen like an episode of Mission Impossible or something like that where somebody got the bends, and I knew how fucked up that was, and I like.
They try to like.
Dear God.
They make this into a serious thing, but then here's the thing: they provide screenshots of the comic book. The first thing I see here is when the boyfriend and girlfriend are talking about what they should do. They turn to the audience, and there's choices on the bottom of the page where it looks like something out of a damn video game, where it's like holographic words. Abortion, page 14. Adoption, page 20. Keep the baby, page 26. It's like, what the fuck?
Okay, so if I want to think about something like this, I'll just pop in the Goo Goo Dolls' "Dizzy Up the Girl" and listen to the song "Slide."
So here's what makes it worse though. It's not the price of the comic book, because for print it's $8.99, but for digital it's $3.99. I don't care about that.
Okay.
It looks pretty good art-wise. It looks decent enough. Like, they make the girl look like a girl, they make the boy look like a boy, there's no weird art style, there are inconsistencies, maybe one or two, but that's like nitpicky shit. But this actually looks pretty good. And this is supposed to be an educational resource for teens. Okay, at least you're doing something important, but doesn't that say something about the educational system if we're happening to rely on comic books to teach kids about this kind of stuff?
Well, yes, but, you know, that's just kind of how shit winds up sometimes. Kevin, are you restreaming my stream now? Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Anyways,
it's not that I hate the idea of have comic books like teaching people about real life issues. Spider-Man did that so many times. You know,
yeah, Spider-Man and the X-Men both did it.
Yeah, like the dangers of drugs with Spider-Man when he found out that Norman and Harry Osborn were like on pills or something like that.
Yeah, when Harry had his drug problem, that was like legitimately, that was a really good arc of the comics as well. Oh, and Stan Lee, he like told the Comics Code Authority to go fuck themselves because they said he couldn't do that.
Because the president, he was like, oh, the president gave me this assignment, so you can't tell me what to do.
Yeah, like legitimately, that comic led to the downfall of the Comics Code Authority, and Stan Lee created like legitimately one of the best arcs in like just personal arcs in comic book history there, or like that has informed a lot of Harry Osborn's character for decades now. There was an entire section of Spectacular Spider-Man that was based on that arc. It's legit. It's legit fucking excellent.
Yeah, and let's not forget.
And it's like a socially relevant issue that is actually well written.
Yes.
Imagine that. Imagine not clubbing people over the head with a crowbar of your message, like you're trying to slam it down their head like you're Billy Butcher. Fucking Green Lantern, Green Arrow. Remember that? You remember the Speedy Junkie arc in that?
Oh,
yeah, you remember how badly done that was compared to Harry's
I remember how
addiction
much
arc?
Hated that.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was my sidekick is a junkie!
My sidekick is a junkie! And that has been plaguing Speedy's entire fucking history for years now. And notice the language that I used there. For Harry, it was actually, it informed his character. And for Speedy, it's been a negative impact, and only a negative impact. Because I wish they would have just not included that part of Arrow. Oh, but, they had him get addicted to the fucking Mirakuru serum, and,
Is it weird that I want him to get hooked on drugs again so he could at least make him a tolerable character again?
Dude, Roy Harper has been through such garbage in his time as a character. Or there was that whole shit where his daughter died, and where his wife went back to being a supervillain, and shit like that. You remember all that nonsense?
Yes.
Like they
Young
had a
Justice had to remind me of that nonsense.
Yeah, they had this whole thing where there was a brief period of time in the comics where his wife stopped being a supervillain, and was actually being like a halfway decent person, and then they just killed off his daughter for shock value, and then they rebooted it in the New 52 and didn't even fucking undo the shit they did, and they just erased everybody. It's not like not like people like these characters or anything and wanted to see positive developments in their history and lives. No, we're just gonna erase these fan favorite characters. Talking to you, fucking Earth 2 Green Lantern, where we got rid of Jade and Obsidian.
At this point, can we just bring back Arrowette and have her replace all these fucking Arrow guys that are not Green, are not Oliver at this point?
Dude.
Guys.
Hold L2 to scan the environment. Hi, Mason.
I need you to turn down your phone. What?
What?
Well, say hello because you're going to be making a cameo in today's stream.
I'm going to pull up my fucking detective vision now.
Well, everyone, say hello to Lydia.
Hello.
What are you, dense? Are you retarded or something? Because I'm the goddamn Batman.
Are you retarded? No, but for real.
Hey everybody, say hello to Lydia. She's on stream right now.
Hello, Lydia.
Have you seen
Lydia? You're not gonna say hello?
You had your chance. You're banned.
She watched. You know the jokes people like to make about husbands or boyfriends. Watching the video at full volume on their phone. My girlfriend does this a lot.
Huh.
Ethylbenzene. It's almost like we could have figured that out from the fucking context.
Here's my hopes on this comic book. I hope this is tastefully done. Like, we talked about real-life issues being comic books.
We're not going to be on the stream for very long, honey.
It's entirely possible for them to do it tastefully. I don't necessarily, because it's, it's current day, it's the modern day, current year, etc. Right. I don't necessarily trust that they're... who's writing it, by the way?
Let's see here. I don't think I ever actually saw... okay, it's going to be 40 pages long. Okay, reasonable, considering it's a choose-your-own-adventure.
Well, guys, I just want to hop in for a little bit.
Dream to be
complete. It's no problem, man. We're happy to at least see you.
Put your arms around me.
Talk about.
What you are is what you are. What you are is beautiful.
There's no problem, man.
Right.
Just say hello.
Marry or run away.
I told you to do that like 5 times.
Let's see here. I'm not.
Kevin, are you still having technical difficulties?
I can't. I now have Gizmo's video working, but I don't have your thing working. Because it's just a black screen.
Well, that's probably my cue to duck it for the night.
Yeah, it just says. Yeah, there's nothing here.
See ya.
There's nothing here at all.
And I took down the biggest one with a web strike takedown.
I'm not seeing who the artist or the writer is. But with that,
Luna, relax.
With that little bit of information, I just hope that the comic book is actually good, because there are way too many of these indie comics and these comic books that are trying to deal with real life issues that have become either too boring or just really shitty.
Yeah.
Like there's
right.
Think about it. Like comic book stores nowadays, I've been trying to promote a lot of these either indie no names or a lot of these comic books from big publishers that no one gives a shit about, that are about real life issues, like immigration, Trump, that kind of thing, racism. It's like no one reads these because they're not good comics. If you were to say do what they've done back then, like with the X-Men, where they talk about discrimination the way they did, then okay, we'll read it, because the way they wrote it was good. And same thing with like how their mutant powers are an allegory of puberty too. That's why.
Jesus fucking Christ! Nice, hang on. So, for those of you who don't know, yesterday was the unfortunately the 1-year anniversary of the death of the late great Jason David Frank.
Fuck,
and
you made me remember.
And since then, Galactic Productions LLC, aka Zachary Taylor McGinnis, this jackass has said, quote, "A year after you selfishly took your own life, hundreds have followed suit in your name." What? There's been so much smoke blown up your ass, you should be floating in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. It must chap your ass that the Red Ranger floats each year instead of you. Frankly, I'm glad you're dead. I wish your castmates would speak the truth, as I've dropped most of them. I don't care anymore. You were an asshole.
Bitch.
And he's selling Jason David Frank's autograph for $1,000 on a body shot from the show, a screenshot for $750 from Forever Red, or rather, I think it's a promotional shot, and material from later on for $500 of him in the Green Ranger suit with Green Ranger stuff around him, and for him in the White Ranger suit, and him in his gi with his with his rank belts on with the green and white Rangers on the side. Like I said, for $500 a piece, this cocksucker is asking for JDF's autograph.
What is this hate boner for Jason David Frank exactly?
The fuck? He's got a fucking Vern Troyer Jingle All the Way autograph on his eBay page here. He's got a thing signed by the a promotional picture signed by the cast of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie for $1,500. $75 for a Steve Cardenas signed Once and Always pose. $75 for Time Force. $100 for an Amy Jo Johnson pick. Kel Mitchell Dancing with the Stars. $150 for Star Wars Celebration in pictures. A Jake Lloyd signed picture from Jingle All the Way for... Jesus Christ, this guy is an autograph scalper. And he's a fucking, he was, at some point in time, he was the agent for Warwick Davis, Kel Mitchell, Jazz Badawalia, David Fielding, Claire Blackwelder, Nakia Barise, Steve Cardenas, Brennan Meggia, and Paul Schreier. Jesus goddamn Christ.
So not only is...
You're a piece of shit, man.
So not only is that for Jason David Frank, he's also a scalper?
He's also falsely claiming that JDF was his fucking client on his website.
Oh,
on the In Memoriam page.
Dude,
yeah.
the way you're talking about
him, he's shitting on him. Yeah, he's shitting on him while also fucking profiting off of his name, likeness, and autograph. Like, good God!
Get him on this show. I want to debate this motherfucker. I want to tell him how much of a piece of shit he is for talking ill of Jason David Frank when he's got no way to defend himself, while he's at the same time scalping his autograph as well as others. Dude, you have no right to say Jason David Frank is a piece of shit when you're selling off his fucking autographs and action figures online. That's like if I were to say, hey, I fucking hate Ewan McGregor. He's a liar. He's a piece of shit motherfucker. And then you see on my eBay website and on my eBay account, I'm selling Obi-Wan Kenobi action figures and Obi-Wan Kenobi
that were signed by him.
Yeah, it's like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Like, we're talking in like headshots. We're talking in promo pictures. We're talking in all kinds of fucking merch on this guy's eBay page, marked up quite significantly, mind you. Yeah. Because if I'm not mistaken, and like granted, supply and demand and all that, but marked up quite significantly, because if I'm not mistaken, JDF used to just sign shit for free.
Yeah,
at times
he was like that. Yeah, sometimes he would just sign a lot of shit for free.
So this thing, it's just scumbag fucking behavior to do shit like this to.
Why is he online talking shit like that though? If he's selling his
dead
David Frank stuff online.
Yeah, the dead childhood hero of fucking millions, and you're shit talking him on your fucking socials, man. And I'm like, good God.
Does he have a YouTube page?
Hang on, let me see here. I see his eBay page. I see his and the game's bugged out again. That's fucking amazing. Okay, there we go.
Welcome to my life for the past few days.
He misspelled his fucking website here. You're supposed to put www dot your website here, right?
And .com.
He put
right?
www.galacticproductionsllc.com.
He forgot
not www dot. You're a fucking retard on top of being a piece of shit. Let me see. I'm gonna click on his contact information. I'm not gonna submit anything to him.
Is this phone number
about us?
Is this phone number 1-800-JACKASS?
Probably ought to be. Oh, he's got his legal department on there. Legal?
Oh, he knows that someone's going to come after his ass with all the shit he's been talking about, JDF.
Austin St. John on his... if you need a con agent, you can stop looking now that you've found Zack. Heck, considering the shit that Austin St. John got himself involved with, I kind of feel like you shouldn't have an endorsement from him up there.
What, he's gotten into shit with Austin St. John?
No, Austin St. John, the reason why he wasn't in Once and Always is because he got arrested for defrauding the United States government during COVID.
I heard about that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, fake paycheck protection program and loans and things like that. And incidentally, you know, like, that's part of the reason. And, like, people were talking about, oh, you should get in on this stuff. And it was like, incidentally, that's part of the reason why I didn't want to accidentally commit fraud, and this guy committed fraud on purpose.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Let's see here. He works with Jim Cummings, Kevin Sorbo, Jake the Snake Roberts.
Worked.
Nichelle Nichols. Jesus Christ. Hang on, isn't Nichelle Nichols suffering from dementia?
Oh shit, that's not a good sign.
Nichelle Nichols... No. Oh wait, she died last year. Never mind. Why is she listed on your list of current clients?
He could care less. You see him. He's got the brain of a walnut.
You have a dead person enlisted on your fucking endorsement page, as if she's a live client. And man.
So good King Babam, so all he's gonna do is try to yeet me.
So he has no YouTube page, as far as we know.
As far as I can tell, no.
You should be thankful. Piece of shit.
By the way, hey guys, this version of Mario 64 introduced us to low poly Mario.
Shitting on Jason David Frank is practically the same as shitting on Mr. Rogers at this point.
Oh,
it's like, who hurt you? Did your uncle dress up as a Power Ranger and touch you in your no-no place at this point? Like, what the fuck?
This guy looks like he's made out of plastic.
This is
PS5, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. Why is there an invisible wall here? Why do all of these people look like shit? Looking for somebody playing the trumpet.
Let's move on to with the news before I
let's move on to slightly less oh, there we go.
Before I bust a blood vessel. Jesus Christ, man, who talks shit about him? Comic retailer warns industry is on brink of collapse unless major changes are enacted.
Oh yeah. Well,
yeah, you and him and everybody else have been saying that. Here it is. Marvel and DC, you blew it. Or maybe you just succeeded in your plan to kill off an American art form of which you have been the able stewards of for 80 years. Almost 100. It's baffling that something so prolific was ushered to the chopping block and executed. Strong accusation? No. Just the unvarnished truth as new comic sales find new lows. Worse, you've gutted any army of passionate retailers who've worked in this biz for decades for close to poverty wages in many cases. To put such a system of advocates in every state and major city in America and around much of the world would cost a fortune, but it happened organically to your benefit, and in gratitude, you've strip-mined what little profit there was in favor of short-term goals and chasing corporate bonuses. We, the retailers, cultivated the fan base in the same way the underappreciated creators created the precious IPs that have made their parent companies obscene amounts of money. It was a biosystem of fans feeding off the Wednesday excitement, eager to spend money on not only the comics that drew them in, but the t-shirts, lunchboxes, the mouse pads with Spider-Man or Batman on them. Fan, retailers, and creators have all suffered under the recent corporate mandates. Where did it go off the rails? It's not such a conundrum to anyone with 2 active brain cells and a list of back issues they need to complete their runs. Comics, first and foremost, have always been entertainment. Sure, collectible entertainment, which justifies the cost-to-entertainment ratio, but along the way, the immediate sale and false boistering of numbers through variant covers, convoluted events, and incessant reboots left the consideration of the fans behind. Character swapping, gender bending, and changing sexual orientations of beloved characters fell flat with the Wednesday Warriors who supported the industry for decades. The crowd of new readers the changes were meant to attract didn't translate to a one-for-one swap, leaving a declining customer fan base. To make things worse, to make things more difficult on the retail side, and a very deliberate abuse of both the FOC system and retailers' goodwill towards publishers, we constantly have to FOC and issue 2 issues out. What the hell? We constantly have to FOC and issue 2 issues out rather than the next issue. Weird wording. This makes ordering a guess. Throw in 4 covers on number 5, then 6 on 6, one of which is my art germ and another by Scotty Young, and then number 7 has 5 covers with neither cover artist, and number 8 has a celebrity appearance cover, and it's a constant and very deliberate shell game, forcing retailers to guess on nearly every next issue. How do we fix this, assuming we can pull the canoe back over the waterfall at this point? A friend of mine recently moved into a condo and took up an advisory position on the board. The pool was in need of repair, the roofs need replacing, and the facades and landscaping had seen better days. There was no money to make the repairs, and the only solution was to add $150 a month to everyone's condo fees to pay for the repairs. The meeting that followed the announcement was less than friendly, as people complained about extra costs. My buddy explained that everything has been living off the equity in the condos and put no money into the condos, thereby devaluing them. And here we are in the comics industry facing the same conundrum. Marvel and DC have strip-mined the comic industry for the better part of a decade, putting no money into the market that sustained them for years. Much like the condo association, an investment is needed by those who lived off the equity for years. If you want to market in 2 years, yes, 2 years tops, then the time to invest is now. What we need to revitalize this market, and he has 8 rules here that close out the article. And here are the rules he believes will save the comic book industry. 1. $3.99 comics. I would say $2.99, but we have increased rents, labor, and insurance costs to cover to $3.99, $4.99, and more is a non-starter with too many fans. Sounds about
the higher cost of comics with the lowering of their quality,
right,
has led to some issues. We'll say with it makes it easier for people to not pick them up.
Yeah, especially if they're like $5.99 for like one issue.
Yeah, for a shitty fucking badly printed issue. Badly printed, badly drawn, badly written, makes it easy to say, I'm not going to pick that up.
Right.
Tom Taylor.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Number 2, fewer covers. I know this will get some pushback, but from every corner, but without a focus, it's all about the value of the covers and not what's in between them. Max of 2 covers. While you're at it, give us a hook to sell, not just another convention commission piece with no indication of what's inside the comic it covers. Yeah, sounds about right too. It's kind of odd that I'm looking for like one Ms. Marvel when there's like 5 of the same thing with different covers.
Yeah, and that's been an issue with Marvel for a long time too.
Yeah,
where like they have a shitload of covers, but they also, not only do they have a shitload of covers, they ship a shitload of copies of the issues as well. Like I remember, when the guy who owns the local game store started expanding into comics as well. One of the things that Marvel kept doing to him was they just shipped him fucking.
What did they ship him,
Alex? Load of comics, even issues that he didn't order, and they weren't like charging him for it, but they were doing that so they could pump up their circ numbers more so than they were to do anything else.
I see.
I don't think no, but here's the thing though. It's not Marvel who started it to begin with. They made it popular. It was Valiant Comics that started.
Yeah, Valiant and Image.
Well, mostly Valiant though, because here's the thing. It was them that started it to begin with, because once they made a limited print run of Turok comics, that's when people started thinking that there was a value in these comic books, even though there was like a shit ton of these specific ones. Because here's what they did. They printed a shitload of these. Like, let's say 500, right? That's still not a lot, but it's still a lot in terms of comic books. What they would do is they would put a limited amount up on the shelves. Like, say, 4 at a time. Once those sell out, then they put 4 more on the shelves and claim that they're hard to find, they're limited edition. You know,
yeah, that's a GameStop tactic as well. They did that with stuff to try and get you to... Like, whenever GameStop wanted to push pre-orders, that's the kind of shit they do.
They did that for a long time.
Even though they... Like, Fire Emblem Awakening was like that, because I didn't have a pre-order for Fire Emblem Awakening, but I couldn't find it anywhere. So I went into GameStop on the launch day for Fire Emblem Awakening, and I said, hey, can I get a copy of Fire Emblem Awakening? And I was like, sorry, all our copies are pre-ordered. I was like, okay. Hey, that's, you know, I thought, okay, you know, that's fair, I guess. Went back a week later, and they were still pre-ordered. It was like, so you're telling me you have copies of this game that I am willing to pay you for, but you're, not willing to sell them to me.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me, guys? And this, it was like another month before I got a copy of Fire Emblem Awakening, because I checked GameStop every week, and I checked Walmart every week. Guess who wound up getting my money? It was Walmart. It was Walmart, because they actually were willing to let me buy the goddamn thing.
I see. And how did that make you feel?
I liked it. I played the hell out of that game.
I know.
One of my favorite games of all time. I've got over 100 hours in it.
I know. I'm just saying that as though I were a therapist.
Here, that leads to number 3. Editors who are editors. Too many stories are lackluster and agenda-driven too. Too many covers are con-sketch-driven.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Editors who are editors. Too many stories are lackluster and agenda-driven. Too many covers are con-sketch-driven with no sales point, and too much interior art is amateurish. It's clear neither Marvel nor DC has a publishing plan beyond the current reboots. Or reboots, if you want to be more accurate.
I remember when editors used to make editorial decisions that were, you know, that like informed shit.
Yes.
And, you know, like, guys like Stan Lee were the head of Marvel Editorial. Oh, and those guys had been writers during formative years and you know, excuse me.
Yep.
During formative years of the comics, and, you know, that led to good business practices being implemented. And except for, you know, that fact that Toy Biz almost ran Marvel out of business at one point in time, but that's aside the point. I mean, good comic books were still coming out around that time. And so Stan, and, you know, Stan the man, and wrote good comic books, and knew what made a good comic book. So, he was a good candidate for editor-in-chief. Then we had editors-in-chief like Joe Quesada.
Ooh.
Joe Quesada has rarely, if ever, written a good comic in his life.
Does he know how?
Let me see here, actually. I'm gonna look this up while there's a cutscene going on.
By the way, meanwhile in my game, I'm sliding. On a slide that has killed me on multiple occasions.
Yeah, I'll do anything you ever dreamed to be complete. Oh, he worked on Valiant comics like Ninjak and Solar Man of the Atom.
Those
he worked on
Those sold well, just so you know.
Hey, Alex, so...
Batman, Sword of Azrael, X Factor for, X Factor for Marvel and Sword of Azrael for DC. He opened Event Comics, where he had a character called Ash. Yeah, that's a very original name.
Yeah.
No, a very original name here, guys. Fictional firefighter Ashley Quinn, born from a mysterious incident where Ashley was trapped inside a burning building and inside a regeneration chamber. What is it with male characters having the name Ashley? I know it's a unisex name. It's just, you know.
Yeah, I get it. Oh,
Joe Quesada drew it. He didn't fucking write it. He's a goddamn artist. He's a good artist.
He does write though, from what I hear.
Oh no, he writes. He wrote some of the worst stories in the history of Marvel Comics.
Didn't he write a bunch of Daredevil stories?
I don't know. What I do know is that he wrote the run of X-23 where she was a preteen prostitute.
Oof.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want... Yeah, I don't think I'd write that down on my resume.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's sold well, it's sold well, but here's the thing, I don't think that's sold well at all.
The original creators of X-23 legitimately had to go back and rewrite her origin story.
Which keep in mind, X-23 is an original character created for X-Men Evolution.
Yeah, she debuted in X-Men Evolution, and I think she was like 12 at that time.
Yep. And Joe Quesada reimagined her as a preteen prostitute with an infinitely regenerating hymen.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Well, you know, at least she can...
he also wrote One More Day.
The most infamous. Well, at least there's one good thing about her hymen regenerating. She can satiate that one fetish. I'm going to hell.
Gizmo.
I'm going to hell.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Let's move on before we send Gizmo more to hell.
Number 4, the characters are iconic for a reason. The movies never got traction until they leaned into what made the characters decades-long successes. Change is good for a story, but inevitably you need to touch base with what brought them. Gender swaps, sexual orientation changes, and outright changes to who's in the suit are short-term headline grabbers, but without long-term sales, with very few exceptions.
How many times have they put other people in Captain America's suit, made other people take up the shield, and how often has it wound up with them having to give it right back to Steve Rogers? Because everybody remembers Steve Rogers.
And the MCU seems like they're going to be heading in that direction as well.
Yeah.
They're bringing back...
Like Captain Stephen G. Rogers is Captain America. There is a reason why... On the fucking helicarrier, they said they had Captain Stephen G. Rogers on the on his locker and not Captain America. It's because those two are one and the fucking same in the eyes of 90% of the fucking public. It's not like Batman has, other people have been in the bat suit. If Clark
like Terry McGinnis.
Yeah, Terry McGinnis.
That's different.
Terry McGinnis, Dick Grayson, Clark Kent. They've all put on the bat suit, and it's all been in, kind of temporary, or in, the far future,
Right.
Or Batman, Al Damien's worn the bat suit before.
Yes. Whenever stuff like this is temporary, usually, or far future, like we said. And so, when... And here's the thing, people really like Terry, to the point where they really wanted to see, a Terry McGinnis movie, with Michael Keaton as old Batman.
Yes.
And that would have been fucking amazing. But we didn't get that. We got the Flush instead.
There was even some fan art where Kevin Conroy would be playing Old Man Bruce, which I think would have been cool too.
Yes, it would have been.
That should have happened in Crisis on Infinite Earths, but it didn't.
No, they decided to play.
They wasted Kevin Conroy hard in that fucking crossover.
They could have even bent the rules a little bit and had Luke be fucking Batman Beyond, you know?
Right.
Because Luke
would have been a little strange, but hey.
At least
Luke Fox is supposed to be one of the Bat family anyways. It would have been strange, but it would have been something.
It would have at least been
he was the best part about Batman Bad Blood, even though he was barely in that movie.
Luke Fox is also consistently the only good character in the Batwoman show, except for the dad.
Or Batwoman herself.
Now you mean Lucius?
No, Luke Fox. Lucius Fox is not... Lucius Fox got murdered in Batwoman.
Why?
So after the events of The Dark Knight Rises, Lucius Fox got murdered in a fucking assassination attempt that was disguised to look like an armed robbery gone wrong. Yes, this is a legitimate thing. Also, at some point in time after the events of The Dark Knight Rises, Bruce Wayne actually came back and killed Joker.
Yeah, that makes so much sense.
Yeah, so he killed or died off screen at some point in time.
So he got off screen to death, is what you're trying to say.
Well, he got off screen Batman to death. So
Batman just punched him a bunch and did that pose that everyone drew Omni-Man in. Is what you're trying to say. Wait, even better. Hey, Joker! Ah! Try getting a reservation at Dorsia now!
Yeah. So you've got all that shit. And at some point in time, Jim Gordon stopped being the police commissioner, and Gotham PD became even more useless than it actually was originally. So, that's...
Wait, so Batwoman takes place in the same continuity as...
Batwoman takes place in the Nolanverse, yes.
Why?
I don't know, but here's the thing. There are a bunch of references to the events of the Dark Knight trilogy that they didn't have to make, but they made, and so they keep... Yeah. And then, once the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths happen, the Batwoman reality, the Batwoman Nolanverse reality merges with that of Supergirl's Earth and the mainline Arrowverse, which was on a different Earth up to that point. So yeah, they did that.
Yeah. Why do you actively try to ruin things, DC?
Don't know. They also ruined Smallville in that crossover. Because
of course they did.
Smallville Clark Kent gave up his powers to be with his family. And
That's not how Superman works, people!
Yeah, and he developed an immunity to kryptonite.
No!
By giving up his powers.
Well,
that's not how it works.
He's wearing a red ring, and his. And isn't red kryptonite supposed to be an entirely different effect in the Smallville universe?
Okay, so yes, red kryptonite changes your changes your personality immensely. It's kind of like it is in Superman 3, but it's also kind of not,
It basically lets your inner desires take control of your body and basically act before you think.
Yeah.
Alex, I get the distinct impression that I would be Superman in that bar in Superman 3 where he just gets drunk.
I am now Ben Affleck Superman explaining this to Christopher Reeve Superman, and who is now getting incredibly drunk.
Speaking of stories, number 5, tell stories without proselytizing. I've beat this drum for a decade and more, but here we are chasing away a large portion of our customer base with every new tale as they want entertainment, not a serialized sermon.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like we're supposed to be looking at making stories. Yeah.
Yeah, number 6, limited new characters. Fresh blood is good, but it's become obvious that characters aren't organic to stories. They're shoehorned in for a bump in sales. Dance with who brung you, as the saying goes. Please!
Yeah. That also being said, like, there's this thing where they create a new character who's like a carbon copy of an existing character, rather than creating a new character who does new things. And they create new characters to fill spaces where existing characters would have done, and then they, like, change existing characters instead of creating new characters. You know?
Yeah.
Like the gay Alan Scott thing. Like, we already had a gay superhero. His name was Obsidian. He wasn't incredibly popular, but he was pretty... saying, here's gay superhero Obsidian, who's a really good character and has some cool stories we can tell with, and he has some nice, really fucking awesome powers we could have done literally anything with. That doesn't get you as much press as saying Green Lantern gay.
And wasn't he the father of one of Kyle Rayner's most iconic girlfriends out there?
Alan Scott is the father of Jade and Obsidian, and who were a superhero team, and is the girlfriend of Kyle Rayner, yes.
Who was killed off by Major Force?
Yeah.
Yes, that too.
We try not to think about that.
Especially since
we try not to think about a lot of things, Alex, but we kind of have to think about it, because otherwise, who is going to think about it? Because unfortunately, no matter how much we try to forget this shit, we gotta bring it up anyway, because if we don't, fucking will.
Evidently Marvel Comics doesn't give a shit, so, you know.
I'm sorry if I'm going full razor fist on this.
I want to stop looking around, Miles. Please stop making me look at the boring music stuff. I'd rather be playing musical instruments than watching them in fucking cases. Oh, would you look at that?
I'm still pissed off that they made
they
made Iceman gay. People forget that when I mean they made Iceman gay, I literally mean they took the character and literally made him turn gay.
Yeah. Why? Because Jean Grey used her telepathic powers on him.
Oh, well, okay, so people are like, oh, well, Jean helped him get out of the closet. No, he altered his mind. That's also called gay conversion therapy, but the other way.
Yep.
You ever heard of gay conversion therapy? Well, there's now an opposite effect called anti-gay conversion therapy, where they turn you gay, allegedly, instead of turning you straight, allegedly.
Let me
I don't even believe in this bullshit where you can turn gay.
With the pickups on that.
I don't even believe in this bullshit where you can turn gay, turn straight, choose to be bisexual or anything like that, because that just sounds stupid to me. Like, if you're into something, there was
this whole
stupid
conversation about like political lesbianism.
Yeah,
where
it's already weird enough.
Hang on, this is the same fucked up Telecaster they had over there.
It's already weird enough to experience this in comic books, especially if they literally go for the conversion therapy route, which is still so odd to do, man. You're literally altering a guy's mind so he can act and turn gay.
Yeah, there's not.
If that was the other way around, nobody would be.
Yeah, there's no unfortunate implications there whatsoever.
By the way,
Okay, number 7. I'd ask for a minimum advertised price, but we're not in that world anymore. You make deals with the devil, which is also on you. So basically, just pay the price so you can advertise the comic books. And last but not least...
So the there's a lot of shit about the advertisement and of comics where, like, that you used to see ads for new comics on TV.
Yes.
And, now you don't. Like, I'd see ads for things on, like, and this is the kind of stuff that I didn't skip out on ads for, or is like, you know, I'll watch an ad for a new comic book. You know, I'll watch an ad for a, hang on, let me take a look. Okay, that's a decent looking Dreadnought. The acoustic guitars they got right, how did they fuck up the electrics? I've never seen a Telecaster that looked that fucked up. Granted, the Telecaster is a weird-looking guitar as it is, but, like, come on. Like, why does it have 2 neck pickups? And they're not even far enough apart. Where's the bridge pickup? Anyways, yeah, go ahead.
And, last rule. Here's the big one. Discount and shipping. Marvel and DC screwed this market, so if you want to continue to have people dumb enough to labor 60 hours a week for poverty wages to sell and advocate for your precious IPs, you need to invest in that market. You strip-minded, that word again, though it applies to precisely, all the cash out of the direct market, and retailers are bleeding from the bone. We need your investment, or this market goes away. No, you can't just sell online, as the minimum production costs won't be met with online only. Investments means putting books on stands at a cost to you, not the people with the highest per issue cost. Actual plan: set a minimum for each title by store. Every issue over that minimum is sold to brick and mortar retailers for 60 cents. This puts books on stands, minimizes costs to retailers, and helps print runs. Why should you listen to any of this? Because your livelihood is tethered to the retail community. Rome is on fire. Fiddle or get on the phone with some of your key retail partners and find out what it's like out there, but be prepared for some ugly stories. Without some immediate action, I see 25% of the retail stores closing at the end of the first quarter of 2024. Bold statement. What do you think?
It's fucking cool.
Yeah, Peach, I finally found you. Oh, never mind. I found Jack Black.
Right, really. Because, I can now save the world dressed as Trilby from the Chizo mythos.
Let's take a break from comic books, and I'll announce.
Well, actually, I want to bring up something else comic book related, because I just saw that Marvel insider Jeff Snyder says that we can expect to see a female Silver Surfer in the new Fantastic Four movie.
Okay, I don't want to see anyone.
God.
Along with allegedly Pedro Pascal as Mr. Fantastic.
No!
I already had a really good Mr. Fantastic. Now, I like Pedro Pascal as an actor. I don't like him as a person, but I like him as an actor. He is not a good choice for Mr. Fantastic.
No.
You shave the mustaches off him, he may look like a good cosplayer, but that's about it.
Yeah.
I don't think this is going to end well, considering Silver Surfer is already recognizable enough as a guy, and he's got a good backstory too. He's got a lot of lore in the Marvel universe ever since the beginning. He was never fucked with.
Yeah. Hey, we're looking more and more like that pitch I gave about Silver Surfer making his debut in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 being how it really should have been, you know?
By the way, Alex, just imagine this, if you will. Oh, the Silver Surfer, or instead of trying to take over the planet, or rather trying to make it so that your planet is susceptible to Galactus, as female Silver Surfer, she seduces the planet.
Please don't.
Come on! We gotta make something out of this.
Do you really think that Rule 63 of the Silver Surfer is gonna make it any better?
No, obviously not. I'm just saying.
You fucked my husband, so now I'm going to fuck the Earth. Except I'm gonna aim even higher. I'm gonna fuck the moon. How do you like that, Obama?
On the moon.
I just fucked the moon, you idiot.
On the moon.
I swear to God.
You've got 48 hours before my cum droplets hit the Earth. Now get out of my sight before I come on you too.
Why do you come?
Oh my God.
Let's move on to a little. Let's move on.
Oh, that was good.
Say something else that's also lighthearted, and that's the Electric Ferret database, where we talk about who was added in, from characters to vehicles to creatures and so on. And we're starting with the walkers from The Walking Dead. Inferno.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say the walkers from Walker, Texas Ranger.
If only.
That would be awesome. Let's put the walkers from Walker, Texas Ranger against the walkers from The Walking Dead.
The walkers are going to win that.
Which ones?
Infernos from Fire Force.
The ones who are related to Chuck Norris.
Okay, then.
Doe S from One Punch Man. Bloody Bess from Neo. Marvel Comics. There are Marvel Comics features, apparently. Terror Sore from Beast Wars. Howard Langston from Jingle All the Way.
Is that... Who is that?
The dad.
Oh, that's Arnold?
Yep.
The Governator.
Myron...
See, I always think of him as just Arnold and his son being Jamie.
Myron Larrabee, the mailman. Regalia.
We should watch that movie this Christmas.
Regalia Type
Alex,
Regalia Type F from Final Fantasy 15. The Spectre from Twisted Metal. Gingy from Shrek. Roadkill from Twisted Metal. Tokuchi from One Ounce. Mutt Cuts from Dumb and Dumber. Dead Moroz from Dead Moroz.
Ow.
Or is that really? That's it? Hold on. Oh wow, it is. Oh, it's one of those myth kind of creatures. Samri from Purana Mandir. I think it's a foreign film. Helios from Deus Ex.
Ooh.
The Spawn.
That's a good choice.
The Spawn Mobile. You
know. What now?
The Spawn.
The
You know
Spawn-mobile.
exactly what I said.
What?
It's a car that Spawn drives around in.
Amani from Star Wars.
That sounds about as stupid as the fucking Spider-Mobile.
Yes, it is.
It's Spawn. They already.
You've got to have merchandise.
It's Spawn. It already sounds awesome. Matthias from Disney's Frozen. The Abominable Snow.
I love this suit. Unironically, hey, I'm going to wear this suit until the game forces me to wear that stupid fucking Nike shit. Or Adidas shit. Or whatever.
Alex, you don't need to wear that Adidas shit. And once you have it, you can take it off.
Abominable Snow Monster of the North from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Okay.
Pumpkin Jack from Pumpkin Jack. Basim Ibn Ishaq from Assassin's Creed Mirage, the live action, the 2023 game. Gore from Plasma Sword. Antonio Garcia from Power Rangers Samurai. The computer from Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Okay.
The Rubber Band Man from the sitcom My Name is Earl.
Oh, not Static Shock's Rubber Band Man. That sucks.
Ghost of Christmas Past.
Rubber Band.
Space Eagle 5 from Spaceballs. Clark Griswold from National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Okay. Oh, damn it.
Lloyd Asplund?
Earl Lloyd Asplund from Code Geass.
Yeah, there you go. I was gonna say...
He basically built Suzaku's Nightmare frame.
On the wings of my dreams, right.
Jake from State Farm.
On the wings
By the way,
of my dreams.
John Carver.
Jake from State Farm?
Yes, that guy. The literal guy. John Carver from Thanksgiving. The horror movie. Jesse Flanagan from Along Came a Spider. Gary the Spider...
From the movie?
Yes.
With Morgan Freeman?
I think so. Gary the Spider Soneji from Along Came a Spider. Nick Ruskin from Kiss the Girls. Michael...
From
Kiss the Girls.
The Morgan Freeman movie.
I guess. Michael Sullivan from Cross. Ooh, this one's a good one. John...
from... John... Okay, yeah, it makes sense if they were adding a bunch of Alex Cross characters in there.
Here's a good one.
By the way, hey, think about this. They went from Morgan Freeman to Tyler Perry, and while I like Tyler Perry as an actor and comedian, then you know, he does not have the charisma of Morgan Freeman.
No.
Here's a good one. John Nolan from The Rookie.
Oh man,
I love that show, man.
That's a great show.
I don't know what's...
I like to see anything with Nathan Fillion in it.
It's too bad they canceled the show, honestly.
Yeah.
It's
ABC. They either cancel or drive everything into the ground, or put it against Dancing with the Stars and preempt it like they did Castle. Castle was my favorite show on TV at the time when it was when it was still on the air, and they were always preempting it for like Dancing with the Stars or some bullshit.
I think the last time they had anything worth watching, Saturday morning cartoons were still a thing. I'm talking,
ABC.
One Saturday morning, 1, 2.
Yeah. Remember, they canceled Agent Carter.
They did.
Yeah. That's unforgivable.
They didn't see money. Paul and Peter from Funny Games.
By the way, Marvel, we already had a female-led superhero TV show, or comic book TV show, of a character everybody liked, and you let it die.
It was good. Joseph from Creep.
Good. And I will never, ever, ever fucking forgive them for contradicting shit that was in Captain Marvel in the Black Widow movie.
Oof.
I had a whole section dedicated into that in my Black Widow review. And I actually mentioned that stuff. I don't think I had Captain Marvel on Blu-ray at the time, but now that I do, when I get back to my Black Widow review, I can actually use that in there. I've got references, motherfucker. This movie is garbage.
We're almost done. Matt Pierce from Based on a True Story.
What?
That's a new one. Gabriel Gabby Mosley from Found. Clement Manswell from City Primeval.
Okay.
The Sweet 16 Killer from Totally Killer. Dragon Sound from Miami Connection.
Dragon Sound from I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Rydia from Final Fantasy IV.
Oh, the girl who went from a lolly to...
Golbez from Final Fantasy IV. Celeste Share from Final Fantasy IV. 6. Ferris Shirley.
Oh yeah, I definitely don't believe that you would do this, Quentin.
Ferris Shirley is from Final Fantasy V.
Oh, was Mysterio evil all along? Oh.
And, okay. And
sorry, somebody keeps putting spoiler socks in my mouth.
I will flush all your socks down the toilet. And last but not least, Supreme Intelligence from Marvel Comics as the latest one. Oh!
That thing that Captain Marvel destroyed.
Breaking news, 3 more have just been added. Chaos from Disney's Aladdin, the cartoon show. Santa Claus, Scott Calvin from The Santa Claus. And,
I like the Santa Claus.
And
Which one?
And
the Santa Claus.
And
the Tim Allen one.
Okay. And Santa Claus from Violent Night. I think I have the name.
Oh, the Bill Goldberg version?
No, that's another one. Okay, hold on. I think I got my.
This is the David Arbor one.
I think I got my name wrong. I think I got the name wrong. Hold on, I have the movie here in my collection. Let me just double check. Movies. Christmas movies. Oh yeah, Violent Night. The one where Santa legitimately kicks.
It's the David Arbor one, not the Bill Goldberg.
Not the Bill Goldberg one. Yeah, no, that one's different. But they did add these 2 Santa Clauses as recently as I was reading the list. I'm just gonna refresh the list just in case. Yep, that's all of them. Those are the most recent additions to the Electric Ferret database. And I will remind you guys, as well as anybody else who's watching, the draft has been moved up to Friday, being the last day you can turn in your fantasy drafts. And just so you know, if someone's picked a character, you cannot use that same character. And you have to have an account with the Magnetic Ferret forums if you want to participate in the fantasy draft matches. So I suggest if you want to go for the fantasy draft matches, hurry up and make that account so you can join in. But if it's too late, at least enjoy debating on what pick wins what scenario.
I got a bronze medal on this thing that I really didn't care about, and I just did because you know.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
News. Chuck Dixon rebukes claims that the X-Men in comics have always been woke. Legendary comic book writer Chuck Dixon, known for his runs on Batman, Punisher, Conan, Robin, Birds of Prey, and more, recently rebuked claims that the X-Men have always been woke. As part of his ongoing Ask Chuck Dixon series, Rising Star Comics queried Dixon, what do you think when people use X-Men as an example of how comics were always woke / political? The questionnaire added, to me, personally, I always thought it was a weak argument that had no basis in actual fact, because in X-Men up until the aughts, the racism angle wasn't even that core in the X-Men as a whole. It was an action, adventure, superheroes, sci-fi, fantasy, romantic soap opera with everything and the kitchen sink that had an outsider theme on top of it. Plus, X-Men was often very un-PC, definitely not woke, as evident when the same people who parrot the line tried to cancel Chris Claremont last year. Dixon responded, it's funny, isn't it? The thing about wokeism and political correctness and all the rest of it is the goalposts are always moving. I don't know Chris Claremont's politics, but I'll be you he was pretty much in line with the woke crowd until whatever it was he said or did made them turn on him, Dixon said. When you take the X-Men, the original X-Men in particular, who I saw as a pack of whiners, and now you make them victims and professional victims, he continued. And I agree with you that the outsider element is cool, but the outsider element is part of every superhero story, isn't it? They have a secret identity. They have an alter ego. Of course, they are an outsider. But taking it this far and then saying the comics are always political, they may have dealt with the issues of the day, he stated. I was on a podcast with John Baer recently, and he brought up the fact that the X-Men would often have discussions about religious faith because Kitty Pryde was a Jew, Colossus was an atheist, Kurt was a Catholic, and they would have discussions about these things. And it wasn't trying to tell the reader what to think on those subjects. It was simply the character exploring these issues, and it made them seem deeper, more relatable, more real that they had thoughts like this. That these were independently thinking characters instead of people on paper, Dixon elaborated.
Yeah, not just avatars for the fucking writer.
And the thing is, I'll hear the argument, well, Superman was political. Superman, he was a big FDR liberal because he would harass abusive, greedy landlords. That's posting the argument that's positing the argument that there's someone who likes greedy landlords. How is that political? Who likes greedy landlords? Nobody does, Dixon asserted. So that's not political, he said. That's Superman being a vigilante crime fighter standing for truth, justice, and the American way. Thank you. The American way, thank you, certainly isn't high rents and throwing orphans into the street. That ain't the American way. So there's nothing really political. And maybe politics are a part of a story, but that doesn't excuse you injecting your agenda, your political agenda, your personal point of view into superhero stories. And telling the reader what to think, or shaming the reader, or literally shaming the reader, he added. Telling readers that if you don't agree with my political stance, or the political stance that I put in the mouth of Wolverine or Batman, then I don't want you reading my comics. It's divisive, he said. Comics were never meant to be divisive. They have universal themes, and there are characters you agree with and characters you don't. He then provided examples. Daredevil has always been the bleeding heart liberal. Frank Castle has always been the direct opposite. You can argue about Batman's politics or Ben Grimm's politics, but in the end, it's about escapist fiction, Dixon included.
Sounds like my kind of guy.
Yeah, people love Dixon, man.
Yeah.
Though, funnily enough, I actually have an interesting thing on that whole subject you were talking about, Gizmo. So, current voice actor for characters like Aku or Iroh Greg Baldwin, who took over for Mako Iwamatsu after his untimely passing during the middle of Avatar: The Last Airbender Season 2. He decided to say that Avatar: The Last Airbender was always woke, when I'm like, where? My guy? It was about a group waiting for us. It was about people who have suffered for 100 years waiting for a savior to come and save them.
And then they say that a hero could save us. Not gonna stand here and wait.
And
hold on to the wings of the eagles. Sorry,
and the fact that he's acting like Mako Iwamatsu would have been like this huge activist, that would have been exactly like him. I'm like, you disgrace Mako Iwamatsu with every single post you make about this. Is you were never hired because of your talent, but rather because of your ability to imitate Mako's voice, which, by the way, his impression was never that good. It was always, It just sounded so phony. You get what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's close enough, but you can definitely tell that it's an impression, not the actual voice, you know?
Yeah, and it's very
like going from early Dragon Ball Z in like the Ocean dub to going to the Funimation dub, and like you can hear, okay, these guys are doing a bad impression of the characters. They haven't quite come into their own yet, you know?
You know, funnily enough, Vic Mignogna had pointed out during his Broly story that Chris Sabat used to sound a lot like him. And back in the day, but because of yelling and screaming so much in Dragon Ball, that's how his voice just ended up turning into Piccolo.
Yeah, his voice kind of wound up down here over the years because, he just did so many deep voices and screams and vocal shredding stuff. He just dropped his voice over the years, like more so than you'd think it would. But yeah.
And it's just like, and of course Greg Baldwin decided to block me like a petulant child, to which I'm like, laughs in Aku.
One of the Baldwin brothers being a fucking cunt. Oh,
must be Tuesday.
Have one.
Is he related? Is he related to the Baldwin brothers, or is he just somebody else?
It's probably just a case of last names the same.
Yeah, kind of like Adam Baldwin, and where they're. I think they might be distantly related. But they're not.
Adam Baldwin is absolutely based.
Yeah.
He may not be that good as Superman or Hal Jordan, but he is you know.
Listen.
Oh,
that was
based.
That was the voice direction on that fucking movie, because dear God,
nobody sounded good.
Nobody sounded good there.
And to think that was the first movie we ever did a commentary on, Alex.
Yeah.
Oh dear God, we're gonna have to go back and do that one at some point, aren't we?
Speaking of, I still have Justice League Ruby Part 2.
Oh yeah,
Sorry, I felt quite a bit of agony on that one. Also, I believe we ended up losing the English dub voice for Meramon in Digimon.
I believe so. Yes.
Oh.
By the way, Gizmo. Ask Bender what a good time for us to do that with him would be, because then
Alex, I think at some point I'm gonna need to have that discussion with you about on my PC regarding OBS, because it is just not.
Oh yeah, we'll have to. We're probably gonna have to reinstall your video drivers, because it looks like something is deeply fucked up with your hardware setup. Especially if it's not doing something that it was able to do previously.
I mean,
look at that, lizards mutating.
I mean, aiming on my end, and mine and Gizmo's videos are coming out well. It's just your video isn't showing up.
Huh. Well, we'll have to work on that.
And so it was just like. So it's like I heard that news from. So the initial news was like, at first I saw someone post like a picture of Meramon on himself, saying that the voice actor passed away, and then Townsend Coleman's post confirmed it. And I'm like, oh jeez, that's yet another original Digimon voice actor we've lost among. The dub is starting to become even just as depressing as the sub.
In slightly happier news, it's the 25th anniversary of Half-Life, or relatively close to the 25th anniversary of Half-Life, and in distinct contrast to Naughty Dog, Valve has made Half-Life free for a limited time, but still free, and has also made an update to the game, including new content, a documentary about the making of the game, and a bunch of other cool shit.
This is what game?
Half-Life.
Oh, interesting.
By the way, Alex,
Orange Nerd Crowbar.
By the way, Alex, I still can't get. Whenever I think Half-Life now, all I can think is that one bit in YMS's review for The Lion King. I can't hold on much longer. Or shut up.
Yeah.
Now every time I hold a crowbar, Half-Life comes to mind.
I want an orange crowbar because of that game. I have no reason to. I have plenty of crowbars.
Well, unfortunately, the news has to involve not an orange crowbar, but a Green Lantern. Comic book readers reject Alan Scott Green Lantern book by Tom Sheridan.
Oh no, an insecure comic writer just got his comic rejected by actual people who read the comics. Whatever shall we do?
Comic book readers chose not to purchase the Alan Scott Green Lantern comic book by writer Tim Sheridan, despite the author having begged his followers to purchase the book in order to spite Comicsgate. That was your first mistake. You brought up a movement.
Comicsgate has been incredibly successful as a movement of selling independent comics, largely because people kept demonizing it for basically no reason. And for another thing, Comicsgate hasn't been relevant in 4 or 5 years now.
But it's always
like
a gate
everybody,
with these people.
like the people who were involved with it, made their money and moved on. They sold their books. The books were pretty good. They're making sequels to the books, or they're making new books, or doing other stuff.
It's always if it's not Comicsgate, it's Gamergate. If it's not Gamergate, it's Metalgate.
Dude, Metalgate was so stupid. Metalgate wasn't even a fucking controversy. It was like it wasn't on the level of like Gamergate or Comicsgate or
still,
fucking Torrential Downpour or anything like that. And it was like
shit in rock music that's been there from the beginning and it will still be there up until the end of time. It's like
the people will complain about people asking them, "Oh, what's your favorite album? What's your favorite song?" Blah blah blah. I was like, that's just conversation making. Like, that's the kind of thing. I see somebody wearing a band t-shirt, even if it's a band I don't know, I ask them what their favorite song by the band is, just because I feel like it'll start an interesting conversation. I saw a guy in a Gojira shirt once. He didn't even realize that it was a band t-shirt. He thought it was for Godzilla.
I mean, understandable. It literally.
By the way,
it literally has the name there.
Yeah.
By the way, Alex, so what's been one running gag between myself and Seamus when we were viewing Teen Titans on my channel?
What?
So anytime Seamus brings up the fact that Beast Boy just has the worst luck in the show, to which I'm like, being a Beast Boy fan is suffering. Just like being a Spider-Man fan is suffering.
Why are we here? Just to suffer?
No, here's the thing, though. People love Beast Boy despite his bad luck, and
yeah, same with Spider-Man.
No, here's the thing. We can at least support Spider-Man by playing as him in fighting games and going through his adventures in single-player games. What does Beast Boy have except for the Teen Titans game?
You want to know the worst part? He was added to the Injustice 2 mobile game, and he plays, and he looks like shit.
I bet. It's a mobile fighting
Everybody
game.
looks like shit in that game, though.
No, especially in the mobile.
It's a mobile game that's based off a console fighter. You really think it was going to be any good?
I don't have faith in mobile games, period, Gizmo.
No,
that's the
thing.
beauty.
You're trying out the wrong mobile games. It's one thing if you try out Flappy Bird, Fruit Ninja, Pokemon Go. Those are good mobile games. And since some of them, while time wasters, at least you can say you enjoy your time.
Gizmo, I have legitimately tried out.
Hang on, you said Flappy Bird was a good mobile game?
Hey, it at least has an ending. And yes, it's a good game.
It is at least a game. It's not a microtransaction nightmare.
Yeah, Flappy Bird.
I'll give you that.
Fruit Ninja, Plants vs. Zombies. You could argue Plants vs. Zombies 2, Pokemon Go, the Monster Hunter game that just came out on mobile. Pikmin Go. Those are good mobile games. What you're trying out are bastardized, half-assed ports of console games.
I never tried those.
Well, speaking of that, though, did you see that they ported Resident Evil 4 Remake to the fucking iPhone? Which reminds me of that time they put out Resident Evil 4 for the iPad.
They did. That was funny as hell, man. That was ambitious because at the time it was a new thing to be putting console level games.
They actually put BioShock out on the on iPad.
I was impressed.
It actually wasn't. It was like running a PS2 version of the game, but it's still, Yeah, but like it did make me wonder. It did make me wonder, like, why they didn't make a PS2 version of the game if they could make it run on the fucking iPad.
Dumbasses. Anyway, in the middle of October, Sheridan took to X. No, I'm not calling it that. Sheridan took to
Zitter.
To Twitter to beg his followers to purchase the book, saying, "I'm here to ask you a favor. The book comes out next DC Tuesday, October 24th. But already the haters and the queer phobes are out in force doing everything they can see that this book tanks. They use code and make it sound like they have legit problems with the book they haven't read yet. But the truth is they don't like that there is a queer hero in the upper ranks of the DCU. Oh, you mean the same hero that turned queer? He might as well not
got
have a daughter.
turned queer by the fucking universe shift that they did.
The only way we can shut these people down is to make this book an undeniable success, he continued. The only way to prove to the big publishers is that there's a huge market for authentic stories about LGBTQIA+ characters.
It's not authentic, though.
And that these stories are for everyone to buy the heck out of books like this.
The story was about him getting blackmailed into having gay sex with J. Edgar Hoover.
Sheridan went on. This one's only 6 issues, and each one has a few variants. So I'm asking if you have the means to buy them up, buy extras, give to people you think really need to read it. He then claimed that he would not pocket any additional profits from an assumed increase in sales.
Yeah,
from
that
his
didn't.
pitch.
Okay, so that didn't work for Dread. That didn't work for I'm trying to remember.
The comic.
There have been a number of movie buying campaigns where people have like, hey, buy extra copies of like Dread so that we can and have more people know about it, so we might get a sequel. And people have been asking about this for years now, and people have been pushing this shit for years now. And like every Christmas, there's a big push for people to buy. People buy extra copies of Dread. People buy extra copies of all kinds of things, like all kinds of cult classic films.
The difference is Dread is actually a good movie. People love that movie.
No, let me finish. That was a really good film, and that didn't work. Like, these grassroots campaigns sometimes just don't work, and grassroturfing, as I like to call this, never works. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. You really thought this would help? Go fuck yourself. And trying to push your stupid fucking comics.
He continues, and you might say this sounds like a great way for Tim Sheridan to make a bundle in royalties. Well, no, I won't make a penny because every single royalty I receive from these 6 issues will go straight to a charity that is very important to me, and I have support for a long time. The Elton John AIDS Foundation, which works to prevent HIV stigma. Stigma? Prevent HIV stigma, not cure HIV, like, and provide compassionate care for all communities. I'm asking you to join the core, he begged. If you care about truth,
care is great. Stigma is another thing entirely, because these days people generally know that you can't catch AIDS just by being in the same room with somebody. You know, so this is a battle that's already won.
That's common sense at this point. Everyone knows that you can't just get HIV
like, it has to be
from touching a person.
It has to be like blood or mucosal semen contact, things like that.
Yeah,
it can't be contact and blood contact.
Well, it can't be like, when I say mucosal contact, I mean mucous membranes, not stuff like contact between not like boogers. There's like mucosal membrane and stuff of like, and we have drugs that can prevent the spread of AIDS if it's caught early enough. You know, within the first week. You know, like if you know you were exposed to AIDS within like the first 72 hours, I think it is, because they can completely undo it with the right drugs, or like within the week they can make sure that it doesn't become like full-blown AIDS. And if I remember correctly, don't quote me on any of this. This is just what I'm trying to remember.
Right.
Like there's been a lot of progress made in this regard, and you can, make, helping, make sure that there's good care for this stuff. That's great, but trying to like prevent stigma. That sounds like the Susan G. Komen Foundation, where they're like raising awareness for breast cancer research and things like that, as opposed to like actually funding breast cancer research, which the Komen Foundation doesn't fucking do.
Odd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He continues, I'm asking you to join the Corps, he begged. If you care about truth and justice, about shining a light in the darkness, if you think comics are...
What about the American way?
Yeah, right. If you think comics are and should continue to be for everyone, or if you just want to force these comic skate trolls, there he goes again. Under the bridge they crawled out from, please support our book, and send a message that the bullying and the lies and the hate have to stop, he said. Everyone deserves to see themselves in comics. Everyone needs allies. And if you're an ally, now is the time to step
Hitler
up.
does not deserve to see himself in comics.
We outnumber them, so let's pull our power, vote with our wallets, and beat these assholes. Okay, I'll vote with my wallet. I won't buy you.
Although, ironically, Hitler has quite a lot of representation in comics as a primary villain for a number of characters.
Oof. Add as many of these 4 variant covers for Alan Scott, the Green Lantern, to your pull list today. Pick them up in the store next week, Tuesday the 24th. Thank you so much, he concluded. As Sheridan noted, the book released on October 24th, and according to ICV2's Comic Hub system, the book failed to break into the top 50 most sold comic books by a units list. It also failed to break into the top 50 most sold comics by dollars list. The Comic Hub system for the month of October tracked sales from over 125 stores, and it is not a random sample of over 3,000 stores selling American comics worldwide. To reiterate, the book did not chart at all. Rival comic book creator John Del Rose and Bounding Into Comics contributor John Del Rose commented on the book not showing up on the Comic Hub system list, saying, it's not in the top 50s. So if it's not in the top 50 of books, that means the sales of it are absolutely atrocious. People were not picking this up. He added, it's not selling, it's just not there. So this is a huge destructive loss for DC Comics once again, as they're trying to push the agenda everywhere they go, yet nobody wants it. Not only did the book fail to chart on the Comic Hub system, but the book is ranked 25,763 in the Kindle store and number 170 for superhero comics and graphic novels. Clearly, comic book readers were not interested in the sodomy-filled Alan Scott Green Lantern #1.
You really didn't have to mention that, but yeah.
What?
Considering it is a major plot point of the comic.
Oh, you're talking about the
sodomy thing. Yeah.
I guess not, but it was there.
Well, the fact that it was a plot point at all, like superhero sex lives, I kind of don't give a shit about. I'm here for like superheroics,
Rule 34,
and things like that. So if you're gonna have like sex as a major part of the comic, at least have it be something that matters.
I think if it's handled in a tasteful way, no matter how lewd or no matter how lewd, as long as it's within good taste, I could care less as long as they do that. You know what I mean? Like if they could have, she could have like the most like revealing of clothing, or she could be the most, shyest of girls. I could care less how slutty or sheltered she is when it comes to sex, as long as it's tastefully done, written well, and drawn well for that matter. I don't really care. Sort of, like how.
Yeah. I mean, even so The Boys has kind of got like sex as a central aspect of it.
Oh, that I don't mind, but that's for like villains.
Yeah.
They did
in the terms of in the terms of like Homelander raped Becca Butcher. Right? Like everybody knows this.
That, yeah.
That's one of the central plot points of the entire series. Is in like it's well revealed in the TV show, but it's it's one of those things. Yeah, it's one of those things that is explained in terms of the in the comic and whatnot, but yeah. So
I was talking more like the positive side of it, or like the
I'm just saying like
you
can have stuff like that in there, or you don't have to make it completely sexless. It's just that like people put too much emphasis on the romantic angles. People put too much emphasis on the sexual angles. People put too much emphasis on the non-superhero side of superhero comics all the goddamn time. And Kevin knows that I complain about this shit. Kevin knows that I complain about this shit endlessly when it was in fucking Young Justice, when they had all this goddamn garbage where her, like, caught up in interpersonal relationship nonsense instead of us talking about the alien invasion that's happening or some other shit.
Just so you know, the original Young Justice comics only had one couple, and that was Superboy and Wonder Girl. Nothing for Impulse, nothing for Arrowette, nothing for Secret, nothing for anybody in the team. It was just Superboy and Cassie, and that was it. Here, on the other hand, everybody's getting a girl. It was like Oprah was just handing them out.
You get a girlfriend, and you get a girlfriend, and you get a girlfriend, and you get a girlfriend.
Gar gets a temporary girlfriend who also happens to be of royalty, and they break up because Gar is way too stubborn to get at goddamn therapy when everybody and their mothers are telling him to.
Yeah. Like, but that entire plot line was hot fucking garbage.
Yeah,
yes, it was.
Even then, though, he had a girlfriend too. Like, he was part of the team. Everybody had a girlfriend. Even the guy from the future that had a girlfriend. Okay, Impulse, I guess.
What? Impulse didn't have a girlfriend in Young Justice, the TV show. Gizmo?
Oh, I'm thinking of Wally. Okay.
Yeah, Wally you're thinking of. And which, by the way, Wally's not paired up with his canonical romantic interest. He is paired up with Artemis Croc, a.k.a. Tigress.
Better Wally too.
And they fucked that up, too, because Wally got fucking killed.
A better Wally be with Artemis than having, CW Barry. They end up with fucking CW fucking Iris. We're the Flash.
Oh, buddy.
Fuck you.
Which, by the way, a Artemis in season 4 off screen that's a new boyfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
it was part of Artemis's plot arc in that season. And that was after Superboy, quote-unquote, died. Yep, Superboy is definitely dead this time. We'll definitely get him out of my show.
It was one of those technically he's dead kind of things.
He was in the Phantom Zone.
No, he got sent to the Phantom Zone.
Because Phantom Girl teleported him there. And even though that's not how her powers work at all, her powers literally are pretty much the same as anybody else with selective intangibility.
I go back to that same line from The Princess Bride. Oh, is he dead? No, mostly dead. There's a difference.
See, I thought you were going to go back to the... You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
I still find it hilarious that the actor who plays Inigo Montoya faked that accent.
That sounded legit.
Yeah. Oh, he is... Oh, dude. Mandy Patinkin is one of the greats. He's been in all kinds of shit, and he's always great in it. And he was in the original Broadway production of Evita.
Huh.
Yeah. Like, the man can sing, the man can dance, the man can act.
The man could summon Exodia.
Yeah. He was in the show Criminal Minds, and he actually left that show because the whack-ass shit that was going on was a little too intense for him. He was like, I kind of want to have some happy thoughts.
I mean, can't blame him.
Yeah.
Speaking of happy thoughts, Netflix's One Piece live-action showrunner Steven Maeda expresses interest in developing Spy X Family live-action adaptation.
Now,
I think he could do it.
As Netflix continues to invest in anime to live-action adaptations, including new seasons for Alice in Borderland and One Piece, it seems the latter showrunner, Steve Maeda, wants to translate Tatsuya Endo's Spy X Family manga into live-action. Set in a Cold War-esque period of counterintelligence warfare and intelligence-hungry subterfuge, the adaptation of Tatsuya Endo's Spy X Family follows Twilight, a highly skilled spy for the Westala agency whose latest assignment is to spy on the leader of the neighboring Ostania nation. In order to even get close to okay, so this is the plot. The One Piece showrunner revealed that he's been actively pursuing an opportunity to helm a live-action adaptation of Tatsuya Endo's best-selling manga while speaking to comicbook.com. I love Spy X Family so much, Maeda told the outlet. It's just wonderful. It's funny you mentioned that one. I've been chasing Spy Family for a while. Despite his desire to tackle a Spy X Family live-action adaptation, the Helix showrunner admitted the difficult obstacle faced translating anime and manga to live-action. I think there are so many wonderful stories, Maeda acknowledged. It's just been, I think, difficult getting the crossover. Anime really is such wonderful source material. There are so many great manga and anime titles out there that tell these wonderful stories, and they just haven't been tapped yet. And so not every underlying piece of material needs a live action, he added, but boy, it would be amazing to see some of them. While a Spy X Family live action adaptation may not be in the works, Netflix has expanded its library with anime live action adaptations, including the beloved Kingdom and Rurouni Kenshin films. Netflix also currently has several live action adaptations in the works, including Yu Yu Hakusho and a new adaptation of Death Note. No! From Stranger Things. Yu
Yu Hakusho is gonna suck.
We already have a perfect adaptation of Death Note. It's called the anime. Go watch it.
And we already had a really good adaptation of Yu Yu Hakusho called the 2002 anime done by Studio Puro. They're not really.
Here's the thing about Death Note. They're getting the Stranger Things creators behind Death Note.
What?
We don't care.
We already had a pretty good live-action one, too. It was called the Death Note movie trilogy.
A new adaptation of Death Note from Stranger Things creators, the Duffer Brothers.
I like the Duffer Brothers' work. I don't necessarily know that I trust them with Death Note, but here's the thing: Death Note is a 2-season show.
Right.
You can't make that go on for more than 2 seasons without having just based on the amount of content that we had available to us from the manga.
Right.
You can't have that go on for much longer or without it becoming strained, granted the live action movies, they cut way too much out, and the Netflix movie was hot fucking garbage. I like the director, or I like to think that if we talked again and he'd still like me, but but let's be real here. That movie was not very good.
It was never a good idea.
Yeah. Well,
the idea of it is
fucking Light Turner, and they didn't get Gary Oldman to play his dad. The only fan casting they actually got for that movie was Willem Dafoe's Ryuk, and that was perfect. But
yeah, that was the only good thing about that piece of shit.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as tends to be the case with only good castings in otherwise bad productions, they're probably not going to bring him back. Even though, Kelsey Grammer's been writing the Beast Wagon for the last 20-some years now. Oh, good on him.
The article.
By the way, Alex. So,
Peter, don't leave me behind.
The article continues. Yeah. The second season of Spy X Family anime debuted on October 7th with the same day simulcast on Crunchyroll. In addition, the series movie Spy X Family Code White releases in Japanese theaters on December 22nd. So there's already another movie on its way.
Kevin, what were you saying?
Ooh. So do you feel like... I still find it funny how they're still going to try to make a solo Beast Boy thing, but here's the issue. So I saw what would become of that upcoming Batman in animation and with him and Damian, and I'm like, yeah, no, if this is
that Christmas thing they're working on?
Yeah. If this is going to be the same studio that does the Beast Boy Lone Wolf thing, I don't want it. Excuse me, small little baby. Yeetus.
There is some good news about Spy X Family.
Deletus.
There is some good news about Spy X Family. The movie Code White is going to be in North American theaters next year. According to Spy X Family official website, the Tatsuya Endo written original standalone story of Code White features the series plot. Fuck off. Just tell me when it's being released. They're not. They're not.
It'd be so much easier if we could come up with a different name for you, Miles, because us both being Spider-Man is not going to work. It's really irritating.
Alex, I feel like that's going to be a plot point at some point.
Oh.
Speaking of melanin-filled characters, Bleach, The 1,000-Year Blood War, Yoruichi casting snafu exposes identity politics chokehold on the Western entertainment industry as aspiring voice actors rush to defend race-based casting.
Yeah.
ProZD had that whole thing about this shit.
Which, by the way, Karma hit him like a semi-truck.
Forget semi-truck, more like the
when I say, it's all about acting with your voice.
So then why the fuck would you care if a white guy is voice acting a black guy and vice versa?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Like I said, I'm quoting Vic Mignogna here.
Yep, that's
Vic
what I'm
Mignogna,
saying.
well known for being based.
He's always based.
Yeah.
Article begins, Viz Media's recent kerfuffle surrounding the role of Yoruichi in Bleach, 1,000-Year Blood War continues to expose just how deep the ideology of identity politics runs in the Western voice acting business, as not only was the ninja's recasting met with accusations of racism by established VAs, but it also prompted those aspiring to one day join the industry to defend their seniors' race-based ideologies. Take, for example, indie voice actor Karen Kumar taking to Twitter on October 23rd in the wake of Wendy Lee's being brought back to a role of Yoruichi over her replacement, Anaris
Quinones. Bless you.
Thank you. Anaris Quinoa, I don't care. Kumar claimed that in an ideal world, I don't care because she's a bitch, in an ideal world where any voice actor could play any character of any race, but we're not in an ideal world. White voice actors have played both white characters and characters of other races for years, while people of color actors just got whatever was left. Proceeding to...
Right, it's not like a black guy was the voice of Samurai Jack or anything.
Right.
Or a black guy was the voice of Aquaman.
Or a black guy.
Or a black guy was the voice of white guy Mammoth. It's from Teen Titans.
Or a girl voice...
Or a black guy was the voice of the Joe.
Or how one white woman...
Yeah, I was going to say, there's been a lot of...
Or how one woman was the voice of most of your favorite child characters in your childhood. Timmy Turner.
Yeah, that's it. It's a thing. Like I'm not a green alien, but I'd like to play green aliens, you know? I like playing as people who ain't me.
I'm not a blonde boy.
The Spider-Verse Noir.
I'm not a blonde boy who got turned into a green guy because of an experimental serum. But I would want to voice
style
Beast
animation
Boy.
in Comic SFX, which can now be activated for any unlocked suit. You can find the... Oh, I got the shitty homemade suit from No Way Home, or from the Home trilogy. Oh, I got Spider-Punk. I like Spider-Punk.
Except for all the parts where he sucks.
Yeah. But Hobie's cool.
Except for when he's not.
I don't believe in consistency.
Truer words have never been spoken. Okay. I still find it hilariously absurd how some idiot on Twitter had claimed, like, oh, Beast Boy's totes black. Oates has black energy. You can't tell me.
I can, because I don't know what the hell you're talking
Caucasian. He was a white guy before he got turned green.
Mm-hmm.
I know this because I have done this thing called reading comics. Unlike some of these weirdos, those who think they know better.
Mm.
And then it's like the only black member of the Teen Titans on the main 5 team in the 03 series is Cyborg. Not much else I need to say about that. And now do I?
Article continues. Proceeding to pen a lengthy thread in defense of the practice, Kumar would eventually summarize of his argument, is X-race actor to X-race character a perfect solution? No. In an imperfect world, it's an imperfect solution that's far superior to the previous practice in terms of promoting equity.
Is it?
In terms
We're not here to promote equity. We're here to promote...
Even so, implementation has been something patchy.
We're here to...
Kumar then explicitly admitted that race-based casting was rooted in hypocrisy, positing to himself that does not sound like a real word. Positing to himself the hypothetical question, but Kieran, shouldn't POC actors then be barred from playing white actors? Before answering no, because the goal is equity. And even when, say, a Mexican actor plays a white character, white actors will have the lion's share of roles proportionally, he added. No one is defined solely by their race, he then asserted, but race plays a part, and the fact is, all other things being equal, white folks have more opportunities than folks of color, sure.
Race will always play a part if you're making things about race. The more you make things about race, the more race is going to play a part. You could take a page out of Morgan Freeman's book and say, hey, I'm going to stop calling you a white man, and you're going to stop calling me a black man, and that's how we're going to solve this. I'm a man. You're a man. That's where this ends. Although even that's apparently up for debate these days.
Right. So then how do we teach people to stop talking about it? Likewise, Shakira Dunn angrily espoused, I'm saying it, I don't care. Wendy Lee coming back to be Yoruichi and replacing Aniris as a slap in the face to all PLC voice actors. It's a kick in the teeth, and it 100% proves people would rather have bigotry and racism and baseless criticism be better than what's deserved. Yeah, okay, sure, buddy.
Oh, so you would rather replace a well-established actress who has played the character since the original 2004 anime over some
complete unknown who fucking sucks.
Yeah, and
that was
Seamus was trying to. Seamus did try to say like,
it's not that good either. If we're gonna be honest here, like, yeah, there could be worse.
You know,
but there was a better one.
You know, a most recent example of that I do. Yakuza.
As fucking Kazuma Kiryu.
Bad.
Oh God,
he
was Yonya Korean.
Could have sworn.
Young.
Is he?
If I'm not mistaken. And so, like
you know what?
That's a little bit fucking sus, isn't it?
You know what could have been better? They could have had Alex Lee, who is also an Asian actor, or play a Kazuma Kiryu, and he actually has a voice that could go to lower register
without completely fucking it up like fucking Yonya did. Yeah,
he sounds as Shinji Hirako on the 1,000-Year Blood War anime, he said to which I'm like, good, but that's actually great. Hey, he does a great job as Shinji. And he's also Ukitake taking over for Liam O'Brien, and who is a union-only actor.
She continues. It's bullshit, she continued. I'm so angry and irritated by it. I don't believe in the concept of the right talent for the job because you had the right talent. You chose correctly letting a POC play a POC, one that suited even more so, and you chose to sink down and cave. Echoing their peers and retweeting Dunn, Gail Rivera decried, for anyone who is out here with the "we just want the legacy cast" defense, there were so many other recasts that happened that you didn't do this shit for, and you went for the black woman. Realize the yikes you put yourself in.
Gee, it's almost like we wanted Vic Mignogna to come back as Ikkaku Madarame, but guess what?
You fuckers made sure that didn't happen.
Yeah, so we can't even have that.
Realize
Peter,
we wanted to have at least. If we couldn't have,
please.
If we couldn't have Vic Mignogna back as Ikkaku, we wanted to at least have something.
Realize the yikes you put yourself in, he added, offering no specific examples of any.
Why are you using that kind of terminology? That's fucking stupid. Realize the yikes you put yourself in, and nobody's going to take you seriously if you're using this kind of terminology.
Well, you know how they are. They use any terminology that sounds trendy. Realize the yikes you put yourself in, he added, offering no specific examples of any such similar recastings to back up their argument. Black people have a right to be pissed. This is a Japanese character, though. Suffice to say, barring a major cultural shift in the coming years, this self-defeating trend of race-based casting will only continue to flourish within the Western entertainment industry, and in my opinion, only in the Western entertainment industry. That last part was literally me saying my actual thoughts.
Yeah.
Report: HBO and Max executives, creator army of trolls. Okay, let me rephrase this.
Oh yeah, we talked about that last week.
Okay. Did we also talk about how he admits and apologizes for using the accounts?
Yeah.
It was a clusterfuck last week. You have to understand. You were.
Oh yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah. She-Hulk Insider blames series' half-baked scripts and VFX issues on Kevin Feige's lack of pre-production oversight, and they show a big picture of She-Hulk staring at the
yeah.
While the last few months have seen many an argument over which party was specifically responsible for the abysmal quality of the Jade Giantess solo series, a Marvel Insider has claimed that at the end of the day, the buck for She-Hulk Attorney at Law stops squarely with the studio's baseball cap-clad boss, Kevin Feige. This aligned insight into She-Hulk's behind-the-scenes failings was first brought to light by Variety's Tatiana Siegel, who herself has spoken to a number of company insiders as part of a November 1st deep dive into the Marvel Cinematic Universe's ongoing financial downfall. Amidst the discussion of the numerous of issues currently facing the franchise, which include a lack of interest in the Marvels to a general uncertainty regarding Jonathan Majors' future as Kang the Conqueror, and thus the entirety of their plans for the current in-progress multiverse saga, Siegel eventually turned to highlight Marvel's very, very apparent VFX woes. To this end, Siegel then revealed that after seeing the reception to the slapdash state in which Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania hit theaters, all blame for the franchise's decaying visuals quality eventually came to rest on the studio's now former president of physical post-production VFX and animation, Victoria Alonso, which in turn led to her April 2023 firing. While the reason cited for her abrupt firing was her unauthorized role as an executive producer on the Oscar-nominated films Argentina 1985, insiders say Disney has incensed. That doesn't sound like a real word. That quality control.
It is.
I know a lot of these words are real. It's just a lot of them don't. That Insiders say Disney was incensed that quality control on its Marvel productions was plummeting, particularly on the ever-expanding TV front, wrote Siegel. The VFX logjam has been evident for some time, with some final effects for such Disney Plus series as WandaVision and She-Hulk Attorney at Law inserted after their streaming debut. That Alonso was busy promoting her art house project while Rome Burned uncertainly didn't sit well with Disney's leadership. However, it seems some Marvel employees believe that Alonso was merely being used as a scapegoat for the studio's own incompetence, specifically citing She-Hulk's lack of visual polish. A number of Siegels argued that the series' VFX issues were a symptom of a deeper rot, namely a lack of oversight on script development. In backing up their claim, said sources recalled how, in She-Hulk's original outline, Jennifer's origin was not shown on screen until the series' second episode. On screen until the series' second to last episode. Okay. However, after watching the initial cut, Marvel's higher-ups, Feige included, realized that this delayed explanation as to how the series' protagonist got her powers will confuse rather than excite its viewers. As such, the series was sent back to its VFX team, who were then instructed to do what they could to salvage the She-Hulk's narrative in post-production. Per one specific source was involved with She-Hulk, the so-called bad VFX we see was because of half-baked scripts. It's not Victoria. That is Kevin. And even above Kevin, they added, those issues should be addressed in pre-production. The timeline is not allowing the Marvel executives to sit with the material. Notably, the claim that Feige is no longer giving proper credence to the MCU's production process as lent credence by his previous backing and praise of the She-Hulk series' entire existence. Speaking with Entertainment Weekly in February, Feige asserted the She-Hulk, for example, was an experiment. Let's just do a legal comedy. What if Ally McBeal was a superhero? How do we do a legal sitcom with an incredibly expensive CG character in the middle of every episode? And I couldn't be happier with the tone that Jessica Gao has set for that. It's a very different tone that many of other projects have, he added. And that was totally intentional. But was it good?
I'm sorry if my yelling has put off some people.
So let me just go ahead and reply to what Gizmo was saying. So, one of the things that has allowed Zack Snyder to produce such consistently good visuals throughout his career is that he has plans that he makes ahead of time. He communicates those plans to his visual effects teams, and they don't change a whole lot from start to finish. You work on what's going to happen in the film ahead of time, and then you can, get things started developing. They get the models in place for CGI, and, they get previs in place. And then you don't change a whole lot from previs to final product, And that makes things easier. Like, if you want a textbook case of things changing dramatically during production, fucking up the quality of the production, you can either look at, say, Justice League or Cats. Both of those films had major inconsistent at best visual effects. And a lot of hot fucking garbage went into that. And so, there's also, we can talk about how Ant-Man and the Wasp had a bunch of reshoots happen, and that changed the ending, and changed this and that. There's a lot of shit in like Marvel and Disney films. Like, we can look at, that was Godzilla. We can look at, for instance, Maleficent. Maleficent has a lot of really bad visual effects work because they kept changing things. If you look at Spider-Man No Way Home, even as good as that movie was, they had a bunch of stuff change between on-set shots and stuff that they finished and got made into the film. They redid practical effects work as been doing that as far back as Spider-Man and, well, Spider-Man Homecoming and Captain America Civil War and things like that. Had Captain America Civil War redid Spider-Man's practical on-set suit. You must dodge when you see the blue warning for a crush attack. Why do we need more fucking gimmicks?
Why do you
fine in the
Why do you think I'm not a big fan of aspects of this game? Because I'm just like, you don't need a parry mechanic. You don't need to fucking dodge.
Fucking.
I dodged, motherfucker.
I'm sorry I've been yelling a lot on stream lately. It's just...
God damn it, Peter.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, Jedi responded. He wants to ask when you want it.
Oh, like, we can do that whenever. Like just whenever we have an opportunity. Yeah, I just want to... Like, maybe we could do one, like, an early afternoon stream on that. Justice League versus Ruby 2.
Oh, God. I don't want to do that.
You said
you don't have to. You don't have to. It's just that we, I want us, like, at the very least, the three of us being
Alex,
like me, Bender, and
Alex, I've watched the first part of that piece of shit. I have an obligation.
Yeah.
More bad news. Well, there is some good news, though. J.J. Abrams' race-swapped Constantine series is reportedly dead.
Up Constantine they had in the Netflix show.
No, this would have been a race-swapped Constantine series.
Just get Matt Ryan back!
A new report claims that J.J. Abrams and Bad Robot Productions previously announced Constantine series is dead! Back in
I would have thought that everything that he did that he was going to do for DC is dead, considering he went back to Disney.
Back in 2021, it was reported by Deadline that Abrams and his Bad Robot production company has tapped writer Guy Bolton to write a series that was expected to stream on the then HBO Max service. In that report, it was detailed by Peter White that the character is set to be cast as a diverse lead, a departure from the one played by Matt Ryan in the NBC series, which aired for one season between 2014 and 2015. Not only would it be a departure from the NBC
one of the best DC shows they ever made, and it was fucking canceled, and they didn't pick it up on the CW.
Should have been like an adult rated show at least, with the shit that Constantine had to deal with.
Well, yeah, but it was good for what we got.
Yeah.
And they didn't pull a lot of punches, thankfully.
No. Not only would it be a departure from the NBC series, it would be a departure from the original Vertigo comics. A day before White's report, a rumor from the Lumen Nerd detailed the production is currently searching for an actor for a role with the hopes of casting a BIPOC by POC actor in their late 20s, similar to a young Riz Ahmed. In April 2022, the outlet reported that Abrams and HBO Max were looking to cast British actor Sope Derisu to play Constantine, they stated. According to our sources, Warner Brothers is circling Sope Derisu to play John Constantine in a new HBO Max series. Fuck off. Knight's Edge Media also claimed to reveal a log line for the series. Read, the series blends urban action, body horror, and the supernatural on the streets of modern-day London. It follows a young man whose entire world is upended when a chance encounter with a young girl pulls him into the dark and treacherous world of the occult. Furthermore, they noted that the production was looking for a 10-year-old female girl of Cambodian heritage to play the role of a character codenamed Akara, which the outlet speculated could be Astra, also known as Astrid, from the original comics. In September 2022, White reported that HBO Max had passed on both the Constantine series as well as the live-action Madame Xanadu series with Angela Robinson attached. At the time, White detailed that while HBO Max passed on both series, they would be shopped by the studio to other platforms. Now, a new report from Variety detailed that the series is officially dead. Good! Zach Sharf reports a new Constantine series for Max by J.J. Abrams' Bad Robot Productions had been in development when news hit of Reeves' potential return for a movie sequel. The new show had been far enough into development that a lead actor was already in talks to take on the lead role, but sources confirmed to Variety that the Max project was dead. He added 4 scripts were written for the series, which was sent in contemporary London.
But the Constantine's Best Adventures weren't in London.
Most of them, no.
Do I look like Benedict bloody Cumberbatch?
Set in New Orleans. Hell, wasn't there talk of there being like a crossover film between the Matt Ryan Constantine and the one from the Keanu Reeves film?
Maybe.
Just imagine if the two of them suddenly end up in an animated universe, and they're just like.
John Constantine is already in animated kid shows to begin with, so that wouldn't.
No. I was more talking like imagine if suddenly DC AMU if the live action Constantine turned into DC AMU Constantine, and then they'd just be like, and then an animated Keanu Reeves is just animated Keanu Reeves.
From like Bill and Ted.
Yeah. They'd be like, let's get out of here. Yeah, I agree.
I hit Harry.
Let me guess. You. And I am stressing in the you part of this sentence. Hit the button. And
nothing occurred.
Yep, I knew you were going to say that. Did you get to when Peter says, "No wonder your family left you"?
Kind of.
Oh my god, that is so... Like, what the fuck, Peter? Like, I get it that the symbiote's doing this thing, but come on!
Here's some more good news. Gina Carano weighs in on South Park joining the Pandaverse, reveals Disney asked her to unfollow certain accounts because they said bad things about Kathleen Kennedy.
No, I would quit. I would tell them.
That's hilarious.
I would tell them
pushing the.
I
would tell them flat out, kiss my ass. I'm done.
Given her Given her own personal history with the company and its notorious producer, it should come as no surprise to find the actress Gina Carano has thoughts on the South Park joining the Pandaverse special and its criticisms of Disney and Kathleen Kennedy's ruinous obsession with identity politics, offering a rare criticism of the House of Mouse's ongoing creative implosion. Joining the Pandaverse begins with Cartman finding himself plagued with nightmares, in which he and the rest of South Park citizens, for no reason and with no explanation, have suddenly been replaced by diverse women complaining about the patriarchy. The last time I had the dream, I was walking down the school hallway, and then
Blizzard is weak against webs. Thank you, game. I'm aware of this. I'm trying to get enough of health back.
The last time I had the dream, I was walking down the school hallway, and then I see Butters, Cartman recounts to a therapist, and that's when I began to notice that something's wrong. Everyone I cared about has been systematically replaced. And finally, I want to scream, and I'm like, why are they replacing every single character with someone who's diverse? But then, yeah, they're basically reading off what Cartman has said about, like, what, you know, the Pandaverse. Talking about how Kathleen Kennedy in the show actually meets up with an alternate version of herself that's trying to pander to everyone.
Oh, and by the way, in case some people are wondering, why do I feel the need to gather 100 coins in each of these stages? The answer is simple. Well, I must, because I am trying to 100% this bitch.
grabbed you up. The game says no.
Okay, so... Oh, Alex.
Yeah?
So the Seamus has told me that Ultimate Ninja Storm Connections had recycled Vic Mignogna's voice clips for Nagato and Young Obito.
Huh.
Which I'm like... Well, there's at least one franchise that's willing to keep Vic around. And unfortunately, it's not one I'm particularly fond of.
Doesn't make any sense to have to redo that work, which is something that Kevin Feige should probably learn
Vic even
from.
pointed this out when he was talking about his Broly story, because there's been so many video games out there with the same repetitive dialogue that why don't you just
Like, can we please make me suffer a little bit less?
But they're like, no, the Japanese side of things didn't do this. I'm like, I have
Sometimes
seen.
they do.
Yeah, I've seen Golden Age Arc Memorial Edition in both English and Japanese. Guess what? The Japanese have recycled their voice clips.
Thank you, game. It's not like I'm not doing that.
I'm not joking.
Dragon Ball Z Budokai. Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi.
Thank you, game.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Tenkaichi 2 recycled voice clips from Tenkaichi 1 when they could.
I know. That's why I said those two.
And the weird thing is that Budokai 3 didn't recycle any voice clips from Budokai 1 or 2. Oh, so it's like, I get your point, Gizmo, it's just, it's just...
There we go.
It's not...
Unless there's another stage to this fucking boss fight.
Is Peter injecting the serum into him?
Oh, yeah. And now he's been grabbed by Godzilla.
Oh, looks like you got another phase, Alex.
Am I gonna have to ride this guy like a fucking dinosaur?
You'd be like a dinosaur who rides a ball.
Oh, here you go. Retweeting a clip of the scene, which notably cuts just after Cartman's declaration that Kennedy's story was the best explanation I've heard as to why Disney movies all suck now. As shared by the nerd news outlet Geeks and Gamers, Carano declared, "This is the part where KK demands any YouTuber get censored off of YouTube for sharing and laughing at this hilarious episode. She'll have YouTube disabled the thumbs down option because of the ratio she'll receive. Then she'll have her publicist Ghouls make sure Variety and Hollywood Reporter run hit pieces about the South Park creators and their families, smearing their names through every useful idiot she has under her thumb.
This woman not fired.
Her soul to work for Lucasfilm." And the former...
This is outright criminal.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know that this is entirely criminal, but like,
She'll activate her online mob to repeat that the South Park creators are racist, bigot, transphobes, and demand the South Park creators publicly apologize by only using words she approves of. And finally, she demand they subject themselves to a re-education course of 45 people in the LGBTQ
hang on,
community.
was that in the show?
No, this is a real tweet.
What the fuck?
I'll read it from the tweet itself since it has everything here. This is the part where KK demands any YouTubers get censored off of YouTube for sharing and laughing at this hilarious episode. She'll have YouTube disabled, the thumbs down option, because of the ratio she'll receive, and then she'll have her publicist Ghouls make sure Variety and Hollywood Reporter run hit pieces about the South Park creators and their families, smearing their names through every useful idiot she has under her thumb who would sell their soul to work for Lucasfilm. She'll activate her online mob to repeat that the South Park creators are racist, bigot, transphobes, and demand the South Park creators publicly apologize by only using words she approves of. And finally, she'll demand they subject themselves to a re-education course of 45 people in the LGBTQ community Zoom call to sit there and listen of how badly they got their feelings hurt all over a little boop of South Park episode. But maybe, just maybe, the jig is up.
Kathleen Kennedy is a straight white woman.
Unsurprisingly, while Carano's tweet was met with a wave of support and adulation from her fans, it also drew its fair share of criticism from her detractors. One such critique, though brief, came from the official Twitter account for the Around the Galaxy podcast, where its administrators informed their followers, in case you were wondering, Gina Carano has lost her goddamn mind. Not one to take such swings lying down, Carano in turn proceeded to lay into Star Wars-centric podcast, firing back. And here's the whole tweet. Do you always call a woman crazy just because she has more first-hand experience than you and says something you don't like or understand? Bit misogynistic, don't you think? Tisk tisk. Curious if your overlords pay you, or do y'all just go ahead and shove your whole head straight up their asses for free?
Failure lizard.
I'm guessing for free. Might want to come out for some fresh air. For some added context, not just for you, but for the people reading, one of the things your overlords asked me to do was to unfollow certain accounts because they, quote, said bad thing about Kathleen Kennedy, unquote. That was a huge red flag for me. If I were the head of one of the most powerful entertainment companies in the world, I would know that haters come with the territory, and that maybe the haters are expressing their thoughts because they actually care, and caring is a good thing, because as long as they care, well, hey, we still have something to work with. Maybe we can win their hearts back eventually, and maybe they do have some good things to add to the conversation, which they do and did. And at the very least,
warning, Lizard is escaping when he's right in front of me and I can see him.
If you're a proper good leader, you learn how to embrace and communicate, not dictate in silence and demand your actors and directors unfollow and shame more than half your fan base and the people who have stuck with the franchise for decades. Side note, don't say the Force is female and then allow only the men to express their political views online. In fact, just drop the ridiculous phrase completely, please. One of the problems your overlords are having now is that they've made a lot of people completely stop caring about one of the most beloved franchises in history, all by bullying, pushing aggressive agendas, and trying to silence the people criticizing them. How are they able to tell stories they don't understand? Shove it down his throat. How are they able to tell stories they don't understand when the ones they identify with are the Empire? They're literally trying to squash the little guys, the rebellion. No wonder the storytelling is struggling. They fired and dehumanized people like me who did absolutely nothing wrong, all to virtue signal to people like you, the yes men. But yes men, unfortunately for you and them, do not drive culture. Maybe they were banking on the kids picking up the slack, but one of the best things about the franchise is passing it from generation to generation to share. The competition is too high to throw out something as valuable as that. Why would one generation pass it on when you're disrespected and thrown them away? Your overlords try to hide behind the two opposing fan bases, fighting each other instead of taking responsibility. So they encourage the hate, all while virtual signaling they are standing up for minorities, but instead using them as a shield and weapon. Funny enough, just how our government works. They think people will forget, and yes, maybe they will, but for this moment...
Let's hope Peter Parker has a better job catching Dr. Connors than he did Gwen Stacy.
They have heard the people voicing it shook them. They're choosing to stick with their weak leadership who couldn't handle YouTubers saying mean things online when all it could have taken is true leader to step in. Take the reign, take some responsibility, stop discriminating, apologize about the things that have been done wrong, step completely out of politics, be truly inclusive, and they'd be back in business. Until then, they're stuck with you, and yes men and their plummeting stock. I'm not saying I'm right on all fronts, but I am open-hearted and refuse to discriminate based off of powerful people telling me how to think and act, and there was something I needed to apologize for, I would have in a heartbeat, but I didn't say or do anything wrong. Please come up to me daily to shake my hand and thank me for taking a stand, even people who think differently. One thing is true, good leadership makes for a better world, leading to a healthier, happier, and people and better opportunity. Look around, we are watching the devastating effects of what leadership can do worldwide.
Yeah. I remember...
Well, in related news at Disney, turns out that after Taika Waititi exited Thor 5, Chris Hemsworth is open to, like, the movies that he made were horrible and complete and utter
Really? I thought Chris Hemsworth wouldn't be coming back because of a condition he has.
Yes, but apparently, like the production schedule, especially for how Taika Waititi made them, were just really bad, and there was a bunch of stuff of where he just didn't like working with the guy too.
Can't blame him.
And people will try to working with Waititi.
I mean, he liked working with him in terms of like being able to ad-lib and write his own jokes and stuff like that. But considering all the bullshit he put him through, regardless, like, come on. Oh yeah, I'm at the no wonder your family left you line.
I really don't think he will be working again, especially.
Oh, that line is just so ridiculous.
Shouldn't he be careful though with the condition that he's in? I mean, you just find out that you're like a victim of almost getting full-on Alzheimer's.
Well, he's at higher risk for early onset dementia and things like that, and so he wants to try and spend more time with his family. But if they see, here's the thing: his daughter has been cast in a supporting role for the Thor film, so it's entirely possible that they could just.
It's like 10:30.
Yeah.
No, you're usually done by now, but I guess we're getting to talk about.
We're probably getting close to being done. There has been a lot to talk about.
Okay, so let me think.
Entertainment analyst criticizes South Park for not targeting Kevin Feige and Marvel Studios after it lampooned Kathleen Kennedy and Lucasfilms. I think they tackled enough for one day when it came to Disney.
Yeah.
I think Kathleen Kennedy was enough for now.
Yeah. And another thing I want to add is like I still remember that one time when I made that post regarding that one person who got supposedly harassed on social media. I was like, oh, Lucasfilm, if only you had that same energy for Gina Carano.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oh, but then, of course, the hypocrites got on me saying, oh, Gina's a bigot. She deserved it, blah, blah, blah.
Jeez.
Or even saying that even when I provided the screenshots that prove that she got harassed, like, oh, those are bots.
Yeah,
okay.
Totally.
You can never have it claimed.
I mean, they're Disney bots if they are.
Yeah.
I mean, we now know that they can do that. I mean,
we
always knew that they could do that, but, now it's official because HBO was doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
HBO is doing what now?
God damn it, Peter. Why? Yes, I'm probably with this battle here, and then we're gonna call it for the night.
Yeah.
Okay, here's something funny. Disney executives reportedly butthurt over South Park joining the Panaverse special.
Yeah, we already went over that.
That's still funny though.
That's not.
I know.
Even if I hadn't heard of that yet, that's really not news. Why are a lot of rich people so thin-skinned these days? They're even more thin-skinned than me.
Oh, here's something that we need to know. Lollipop Chainsaw Repop, I like that name already. Director clarifies game will feature the original scenario and script without any changes. Dev team fighting to the best of our ability against censorship. Seeking to put an end to the flurry of confusion regarding the title's upcoming leak.
I webbed up consoles, your face.
Lollipop Chainsaw Repop director Yoshimi Yasuda has definitively clarified that the title will be neither a remake or remaster, though it would have been nice, but rather a technical and graphical upgrade to the original game. The waters surrounding Juliet's Juliet's return to zombie slaying were first modeled by.
No, they're using the original voice.
Oh, they're using archive recordings, you said, Gizmo?
Yep.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That actually saves them money, too.
Yep.
The waters surrounding Juliet's return to Zombie Slaying were first modeled by Yasuda himself on October 12th when the director took to his personal Twitter account to announce, "We have changed the game design of Repop from remake to remaster based on your requests."
They got Friday.
Who was requesting that? However, with the definition of these terms varying from developer to developer, rather than applause and support, Yasuda's tweet has met with confusion and requests for clarification as to how exactly Dragami Games was approaching the project. Seeking to bring an end to the confusion, Tajiro Yamanaka, a writer for the Japanese video game news outlet Automaton, reached out to Yasuda a few days later and directly asked him, "On your Twitter account, you posted that the game design of Repop has been changed from remake to remaster. But what exactly will change about the game?" In turn, the director asserted, "Though we haven't yet revealed the full details of Repop's game design due to my vague use of the words remake and remaster, there have been a lot of rumors and speculation arising, causing some confusion among fans. For this, I would like to apologize. I would also like to withdraw my previous statement in which I used the words remake and remaster to describe the game's contents." Moving to address the Yamanaka's main question, he then confirmed, "Now regarding the scenario and script to Repop, we have decided to use the original Lollipop Chainsaw scenario and script without any changes. Up until now, we have been openly minded discussing the scenario, but we will not be making any additions or changes to it after all," said Yasuda. The original scenario's acclaim and the requests of fans were both reasons that went into the decision. On the other hand, we will be making improvements and adding new elements with the purpose of increasing the game's appeal. Pressed for details on the requests of fans had received, Yasuda detailed, "When we announced Repop for the first time in July last year, we had used the word remake without any specific explanation, which caused some anxiety among fans of the original game. In the following period, we received thousands of inquiries via email and social media from fans containing questions and requests about the project, among them, 'Please don't change the game scenario and worldview,' and 'Please make it uncensored,' were among the most requested. From there, we made the decision not to make changes to the script, taking into account both the wishes of users and international reviews." He then recalled, "As for requests for the game to be uncensored, we're also working on realizing this to be the best of our ability. As for what changes the dev team was looking to make to the sunny beachside town of San Romero, Yasuda informed Yamanaka, battle is an element we're quite focused on. We would like to revamp the battles into something that the console action game players of today will enjoy, such as doing away with the sluggishness in chainsaw battles with speed adjustments, improving the input timing for cheerleading and chainsaw combo attacks, as well as improving camera movement. As the chief director of the original Lollipop Chainsaw, I have a good understanding of the issue it had, and I intend to tackle them through the development of Repop. Aside from improvements to battle, we will also be making improvements to things like resolution, frame rate, loading time, and more.
We have a lot to talk about.
We are carefully selecting new elements to raise the game's appeal, such as changeable extra functions for the chainsaw and a consecutive hit system independent of the combo attack system." Ultimately, Yasuda ended his time with Automaton by addressing the fans directly, informing them, "For Repop, we will be going down the tired and true path of keeping everything
this is turning into Resident Evil 6.
Game has highly acclaimed for, improving everything that has previously been received poorly.
This game.
While responding to user requests and adding carefully selected new features, we're going to make Repop a game that everyone can love and enjoy on modern consoles. From now on, I will be making updates about once a week on Twitter to explain everything from improvements and new features to the game. I make sure to look at user messages, so don't hesitate to share your opinions or wishes with us. Thank you for your continued support for Repop."
Too many stages, too much shit going on.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt about another boss fight that'll be coming up later.
Alright then.
Well,
Don't tell me there's another fucking phase. Tell me that one worked, please.
No, the one where the no wonder or your family left you line comes from, that's the last phase of that fight. Yeah.
3 phases was already too much.
I'm talking about another boss fight that'll be coming up later.
Guys, I was actually hoping...
And trust me, you're gonna hate that one.
But She wasn't very much in the mood for talking, I guess.
Oh,
That's
Aardman
fine,
Animation
man.
is running out of clay and only has relatively enough to make the next Wallace and Gromit, apparently. And the clay they used was made specifically by stop motion for one factory.
I think
that factory has now shut down.
Oof.
I think Lydia has actually seen Wall. You any? Huh?
Yeah, let's hope they find a way to get that clay, get more clay, unless they have to reuse some figurines.
Yeah, because when they found out that it was shutting down, they bought all of the clay they could.
And it's only one factory. That's odd.
Well, hell, there's been some shit like that before, where like stuff is like handmade by one guy, and that one guy like has to like wind up teaching it to somebody else to just to be able to sustain in the production of it. Like there was a period of time where trying to keep the story straight in my head here. Oh yeah, they're showing him the symbiote trying to assimilate Norman Osborn.
Oh yeah, did Alex say "What are you doing to me" game the entire stream?
Nope.
No, just a couple of times.
Cause.
But yeah,
that's been a meme for over a year. An inside joke.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been revealed that Nintendo is officially teaming up with Avi Arad for a live-action Legend of Zelda movie.
Yeah, we talked about that too, and I was like, not looking forward to that. Oh yeah, so have you ever heard of the B-Bender modification for guitars?
No, I never heard of it.
So there's this mod you put like a thing on the bridge that connects to the strap that you can like use the weight of the strap to pitch bend the guitar. The guitar string, specifically.
There may be a lot for you to talk about.
The B string.
There may be a lot for you to talk about, but there ain't much for me to talk about, and I'm getting a little tired. So I'll catch y'all another time.
See you later, man.
Well, there is some bad news or good news, depending on who you are. Disney CEO reveals Disney Plus as we know it will shut down in December. Tells parents to prepare.
Oh no!
Hang on.
The horror.
I gotta take a look at that. Can you like repost that link or just reply or
it's in the
say
news topics.
This here?
It's in the news topics. All you have to do is scroll up a few times.
Scrolling up.
You'll see Mickey Mouse walking away. Sadly.
Okay, yeah, that's from Inside the Magic. I have no idea what Inside the Magic is. So let me see here.
By the way, hey guys, in the version of Mario 64 that I'm playing, you get to see low-res Mario. Which, by the way, it's very, very obvious that this game was not meant to be played on HD TVs.
Established in 2005, Inside the Magic is a hub for devoted Disney and Universal Studios enthusiasts. Our channel is your portal to an enchanting world filled with exclusive events, immersive ride experiences, breaking entertainment news, etc. Okay. It doesn't seem like a parody series, so at least we're on the right track there. I just wanted to make sure we weren't looking at, like, something like the Disney equivalent of Hard Drive.
The fuck?
So, or the Hard Times, or the Onion.
Oh,
you've never heard of?
I heard of.
You've never heard of Hard Drive?
No, I never.
Hard Drive is a satirical video game news website.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, it's like the Onion for video games.
Huh.
Here we go! And I finished with Big Boo's Haunt.
Please just hear fucking Jameson instead of this whiny-ass bitch.
Well, seeing as we're pretty late, I'm gonna end my stream. So hopefully things will
Oh, here you go.
got
Technically
my
difficult
end.
Later? Yes.
So anyway, I'll see y'all later. Bye.
See you later, man.
See you later, Kevin.
I'm just gonna finish beating up these goons. Hired goons.
Alright.
The Walt Disney Company has been struggling to compete in the world of streaming television, despite the company's vast catalog of family classics, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, basically everything. Its streaming service has been unable to overtake Netflix as the world's most popular platform. While Disney Plus remains a competitor against Netflix, Max, Amazon Prime, and others, it also turns out the streaming platforms are actually losing the company hundreds of millions of dollars. Disney's recent earnings report showed that its current attempts to corner the streaming market have been utterly failing. Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds about right, honestly.
It does. A Japanese adult game platform DL site forced to block German users.
Oh yeah, DL site. I've heard about that.
Yeah, Japanese adult distributor DL site had no other choice than to forbid German users from purchasing their products. It is said DL site began banning German users on November 2nd as the users were receiving errors when attempting to access their website. Let's see, there's a summary from the DL site Discord. A quick summary of the things we can currently say in our official capacity regarding the recent German IP block. We initiated the block. It wasn't something we wanted to do, not a matter with our website, but rather content on it. We hope to resolve the issue of access for existing customers ASAP. Whether we can or not is to be foreseen. The situation is similar to what happened to Russians in 2018. And finally, we must state that DL site does not support or endorse illegal behavior in any form or manner. Additionally, we can state the following things. The issue at hand is entirely unrelated to age verification. We have not given up on dealing with the matter and are working towards some kind of solution. From what we have gathered, it is unlikely that the issue was prompted by the addition of German to the available UI. The whole predicament is not entirely clear at the moment, as those still logged in and can access DL site,
Secret Wars Civil War suit. That's a cool suit.
And play their libraries while logging in or downloading DL site. Play causes the same error to appear. Google has also expunged the URL or DL site from search results in Germany. And here's another tweet about what's happening. Are you at liberty to say which German government agency contacted you and caused the current situation, or is that part of a non-disclosure agreement? Cannot comment on who contacted me, nor what is being discussed in these messages. We can say that we are still in the process of discussing the matter and identifying the nature of the issue at hand. So there's still hope. Indeed there is. However, we also don't want to get people's hopes up, just in case. This means German users are unable to reach DL site or DMM, and adult games on Steam and GOG are also inaccessible. DL site is actively working to rectify the matter. Let's hope soon.
Well, at least it's just Germany. The Germans aren't human anyways. They replaced all their blood with beer.
Well, artists sure are human, because Roger Castell, the artist behind iconic posters including The Empire Strikes Back and Jaws, has sadly passed away at the age of 91. Okay then.
I just don't even know what to say. There's too many fucking people dying. But
well,
hell,
Well, this actor might as well be.
Realize that it had been a year since JDF went if they hadn't mentioned it.
Well, this actor might as well be dead to us. Star Trek actor LeVar Burton, you know, the guy that was that had the visor on, as well as the host for Reading Rainbow, threatens to physically assault members of Moms for Liberty who don't want small children reading sexually explicit material in school libraries. Basically, he's mad that parents don't want their kids watching reading porn.
Yeah.
You're dead to me, bro.
I wonder how much of this is drawn from people being completely misinformed about the situations they're asked to comment on. Like, this is why Freddie Mercury had a policy of never making political statements and not making political endorsements. It's so much easier to just not say dumb shit than it is to try and correct yourself once dumb shit has been said. You know?
Yeah.
Just don't.
Let's see. Oh, here you go.
If somebody asks you to comment on a situation, just say, I don't have enough information about that.
LeVar Burton, known for his role as Geordi LaForge in Star Trek and presenting the children's show Reading Rainbow on PBS Kids, recently threatened to physically assault members of Moms for Liberty. According to Publishers Weekly, LeVar Burton hosted the National Book Awards and opened the ceremony by stating, "Before we get going, are there any Moms for Liberty in the house? No? Good. Then hands will not need to be thrown tonight." It's unclear why Burton...
That sounds like a really bad joke, to be honest. Like one of those things where, like, somebody told him to say that, and, like, that was a joke written out by somebody else.
Yeah.
And it wasn't intended as, like, a serious threat of any kind, but, like, it's one of those jokes where it's like how John Romero said that, you know, the thing about like John Romero's about to make you his bitch from the Daikatana marketing
thing, but that was clearly
like
joke.
Something. Well, yeah, but like it wasn't a good marketing strategy either way. You know, like it's one of those, and how to not have marketing fallout happen, you know?
It's unclear why Burton threatened Moms for Liberty members, but Burton did recently give an interview with Esquire. In all of your advocacy work, do you hear anything from young people affected by book bans? He responds, "Here's the thing. I think it's the responsibility of the adults in the room to advocate for those kids, because in many cases they don't know what they're missing, and they won't know what they're missing because they won't get it, because these people are in some cases being successful." One of the things I'm most thrilled about is that hardly any candidates backed by Moms for Liberty won their races. There are bright spots, but these are people who would rather children not know the truth. Those kids will never know what they're missing, but it's our jobs to stand up for them, to be their voices and their advocates. That's what being an elder in this society means to me.
That sounds 110% like somebody said to him like, book bannings are happening, and then they didn't explain it further.
Yeah, he's not really...
Not that I'm trying to make excuses for him about this. I'm just saying like it sounds like it sounds like he did not do the necessary research before making a comment about this topic.
Let's see here. Here's the... Oh, no, I already said that. According to Moms for Liberty website, what the organization opposes is sexually explicit material in school libraries. Their website notes they oppose books in school libraries that have graphics showing sex acts, not in medical and educational ways, extreme profanity, detailed descriptions of masturbation, oral, anal, and vaginal sex, forced oral sex, rape and sexual assault, isn't that what forced is? Incest, pedophilia, and teaching kids how to use sex apps and what websites to use. Speaking with Newsweek last November, Moms of Liberty co-founder Tiffany Justice told the outlet, "We're not looking to ban any books." She then referenced calls for Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett's books to be canceled. There are people that don't want the book to be published. That's banning books. Our moms are saying, write the book, publish the book, print the book, sell the book wherever you like to sell.
Yeah,
but
don't have it available to the kids.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Stuff like this. Yeah, that's the thing. Thing is, like, this is different to stuff like the fuckers who are who are trying to be able to have this either, or it's like they're making points are being made that are being completely ignored, and like they're either just not listening to the people who are saying this stuff, or they don't believe them because they think that there has to be some kind of ulterior motive, like there's not a like you can't just take them at their word about this stuff. And this is part of the reason why they think this is projection on their part, because there are a lot of secret agendas at work underneath things. Like whenever they'll say like, oh, this thing has to have a secret agenda. Why? Oh, well, all my work has a secret agenda. First off, no. Second off, the agenda's not secret, so go fuck yourself. Yeah. Anyways,
the organization also responded to Burton's threats, writing on Twitter, American moms weep as a childhood favorite reading Rainbow calls for physical attacks against us because we are protecting the innocence of our children. They added, LeVar Burton, why have you sung so low, threatening physical violence against women? Burton is no stranger to insane comments and threats such as this one. Back in 2021, he claimed that cancel culture was misnamed and should instead be called consequence culture. During an appearance on The View, Burton was asked about the Dr. Seuss estate discontinuing 6 of their books. He said, it's interesting because I just, for the Seuss Foundation, did a voiceover for a video they have put together to remind us that Dr. Seuss is more than simply a company that decides to put a couple of books on a shelf to take them out of that rotation. That man, Theodore Jesse, Dr. Seuss, is responsible for generations of wholesome, healthy, wonderful, imaginative, creative content for children of all ages, and I think we need to put things in perspective. He then addressed cancel culture. In terms of cancel culture, I think it's misnamed. That's a misnomer. I think we have a consequence culture that consequences are finally encompassing everybody in the society, whereas they haven't been ever in this country. I think there are
that sort of encompasses the false notion that the cancel mob is always right about stuff.
Yeah.
Of like people, like once you see what cancel culture is, and you see that it's a fucking all-consuming black hole from which nothing can escape, like it's impossible to unsee. And people will try and argue this, that, and the other or about that, but ultimately, at the end of the day, you're either not paying attention or you're fucking stupid. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and sign off for the night, man. I'll see you later.
Oh, you're done for today?
Yeah, I gotta go grab something to eat and then hit the bed. See ya.
All right, man. See you. Have a good night.
Yep. You too.
Good night.
Yeah, I was just waiting. Become exportable to YouTube. Because if we're going to have an episode 72, it might as well be on YouTube. I mean, it might as well be actually intact, as opposed to the crap that we had to deal with earlier. Oh, the Renegade said, I really enjoyed you guys squealing and fanboying reactions to the Doctor's references in the fight. The Realist Metal 5337 says, wonder if they're going to include the very OP ability Superman has. Which very OP ability?
Which one?
Because there are several. He once transformed into a goblin and a Japanese man.
He once escaped the theory of infinity.
Yeah. And then Aiden MB 7932 said, Gotta respect you guys for actually being respectful over the next time and not immediately flying to the death battle is run out of ideas. I've seen so much that makes no sense. Yeah, I wasn't gonna say that Death Battle ran out of ideas because they did that. And I figured they had to do that because they either think there's gonna be some kind of major is that they're gonna in the result, or there's gonna be like a or there's gonna be some kind of some kind of actual they want to do something about this because they had plenty of other options they could have run with.
I certainly don't think they've run out of ideas because there's too many fictional characters out there to really say that you've run out. Maybe if they ran out of mainstream characters, that's more understandable, but running out of ideas in general, no, that's cap.
No.
That's like saying, "Oh, I run out of ideas of what foods to make." No, you didn't. You just ran out of ideas that you know about.
Oh yeah.
It's like, okay, we run out of Marvel and DC. No, you didn't. We run out of anime characters to use. No, you didn't. You just ran out of You just ran out of the popular matchups. What do you go for? The more popular matchups today as opposed to yesteryear. Then you go for the niche ones. Then you go for the obscure ones.
They've had pretty severely niche stuff before.
Right, but a lot of them isn't really niche. I mean, everybody already knows about Berserk at this point. Hunter x Hunter, that kind of thing.
Anyways, I'm gonna go grab some food. I'll see you later, man.
Alright, man.
Have a good night now.
Yeah, have a good night, man. Well, some time to try and finish this stage. Okay, Hey, calm down. Take your meds. Take your meds. Right. Okay, I should be able to do this time. I'm stuck in the stage for who knows how long. Retail, let's go slow. Retail, let's go slow. Wait. Ah, shit. I forgot to activate that. Oh, no, wait. No, I turned off the propellers. I have to activate it over there. There you go. Huh. Okay, I was able to figure out the dragon one. I should be able to figure this out. I don't know. What was your name again? Dallas Kong. like that. Regardless. Come on, walk through there. There you go. Alright, sure it's there. Let me just close the door. Oh man, as much as I like talking about current events with them, I just wish they would just stop. They would just pause their Let's Play voices. You know, or just like silence the damn stream voices or whatever the hell. I like the idea of playing games while talking about current events, but Jesus Christ. Alright, down we go. Man, my throat's sore. I feel like I'm gonna sound like Yum, yeah. Come on. Scry on out. Come on. What? Ah, son of a bitch. Okay. Bruh. You know what? That's my cue, and that's my cue to just take a small break. I'm gonna get something to eat. I'm gonna get something to drink because my throat's sore from talking all day. And I'll be right back in a jiffy. Fingers crossed. And back. Leftover quesadilla and some butter buns. You know, buns with butter. Butter. No, not butter. Butter. Let me eat that first. Oh God, I was hungry. If I had the camera right now, this would have been a fucking mukbang, but I'm not that kind of guy. I'm just gonna eat the butter buns first, and then I'm just gonna continue on. Okay, that's good. Oh, sweet. Okay. Oh, I just meant to miss this one. He says... Oh, yeah. Man, I wish I had some turkey to go with this, man. I'm just take a bite of the quesadilla. I don't even remember what I put in here. So some cheese, turkey. Yep, cheese and turkey. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's really good. Whew. Okay. Fully revived. I'm gonna try this one more time. Hey. Oh wow, I just realized this is a spinach wrap tortilla. I thought I put this in a flour tortilla. I don't mind either. Oh yeah, those are really good. In there. It's funny how nowadays, if I were to tell people I was using like original hardware, they would think I was bullshitting them. Just people are really used to just playing emulators nowadays. Deadass, this is like the same Wii I've had ever since it, like the same Wii that was like released during its launch. I got the same box, the same copy of Wii Sports. It's on its stand and everything. Couldn't have it any other way. I hate those Wii Minis though, man. Like, who thought of that? Like, okay, if you're gonna take away GameCube support, why even bother having no online features? And if you're gonna take away online features, why bother not have GameCube support? I never understood that. And it's not like how it, like the PS2, like if you were to remove PlayStation 1 backwards compatibility on PS2, it would be for like the next model, it would be a bummer, but they would still have the PS2 games to play. It's not like that. It's like because if you were to take away GameCube backwards compatibility on Wii, that would mean you took away the GameCube ports as well. Which, by the way, a lot of Wii games have compatibility with GameCube controllers, which is really cool. And so because of that, you end up removing a feature that most of the games have. So it still perplexes me why Nintendo thought it was a good idea to make a Wii Mini with half of the content just taken away or inaccessible. To this day, it's perplexing. Oh shit, shit. Woo, almost. I had this game for 4 hours. It must have been kind of. I guess it was because I was caught up in a lot of conversation with those guys. Shake. Usually I just have like a cup of water or like a water ball or something, but I had to get one of those bigger ones. This one's got like what? How much? Like a gallon of water I could fit in this thing. I'm always thirsty, you know? That's the thing. I'm not gonna bore you with details about my thirst. I'm not DSP. So when I get thirsty, really thirsty, unbelievably thirsty. And because water is so flavorless, I do not like water. And then when I tried Gatorade, I didn't like Gatorade. It was really salty. So I decided to try other ones. I tried zero sugar Gatorade. Yeah, I'm not that kind of guy. I know I go into detail a lot, but fuck, man, I'm not DSP kind of shit. Oh, I guess he left. It was probably too late. It was probably too late at night for him or him or her or whatever. I'm just glad that I got another subscriber. I like that. It shows that someone's interested. Well, good night to whoever was watching. Thanks for having some interest in my content. But first I should just open up that hatch. There you go. Oh shit, I forgot. This guy. I can't wait for another one too, god damn it. Okay. Guess I can only wait and watch. Jesus Christ. This is going to take a long ass time. Oh boy. There you go. What? No. Turn into a goddamn mom. Really? There you go. Okay, now I can tell the frog to go over there. It has escaped this time. What the hell? What is it? Son of a bitch. Oh wait, no, I'm not even in there to begin with. Would they? Come on. What's over here? Nice. Give me all of it. Boom. Get my ass out of there. Whew! It only took 4 hours. But that's mostly because I was talking to the guys on the podcast. Was it a trombone ship? That's what it looks like.
Baby. Oh, no. No.
Okay, this is funny. That's fair. This is our idea of letting us go. Yeah, exactly. Impossible. That is adorable. Guess it's the last stage. It's 70%. Seriously, what does it mean? Oh, okay. Piece missing. Damn it, man. Come on. Bruh. Okay, then. Just gotta put it somewhere. Oh. There you go. Ooh, a Mega Man sprite. Okay, what does this do, though? Dude, go over here. Yeah, nothing there. Wait a minute, it's water, right? Okay, that's really specific. Eerie picture. Eerie picture. And it is what? Can I grab the broom? Yup, there you go. Ah, okay, so I can use it to dust, to wipe off the dust in that picture. There you go. There you go. Okay, that faucet's got to fix something, right? I guess not. Wait a minute. Okay, nothing there. Over here, can I? Yeah. Nothing. Wait, the bones again. Nah, you just gonna show us, okay. Ah, okay, there you go. Bruh. That? No. Yeah, I'm stuck. I am stuck. I think that's I think this is good. I think this is a great place to stop though. I've gotten far enough, and I think I'm almost the last level. Maybe. I think this is the last level, but it's already late at night, and I gotta get some rest. I love this. I really like this game. I really regret not getting this sooner, but you know, what are you gonna do? I like the music, I like the character design, the puzzles I like, and while some of them are really not as obvious, some of them, while obvious, I just wish they activated more properly, like, you know, the one where I was against that dragon, like, Jesus Christ, I had to wait for an exact moment where the camera moves for me to just finish him off. It didn't help that the hints were not even that helpful. Would I keep playing this game? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'll probably just play it out. I'll probably play till stream if I'm able to. But right now, it's really late. And I don't want to, put out another stream where it's like I solved this in, like, under 50 minutes and it's already done. Nah, man. Maybe if there's a chance I might do a long play if I ever get a chance. I don't know. Even then, still. But yeah, I'm gonna just move on to another game. What game would that be though? Let's see here. Got the Guilty Gear Double X, but I don't know about that one. Okay, the next thing we're gonna move on to is Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. But first, I'm gonna go for Samurai Shodown Anthology. But if that doesn't work properly, I'm gonna just go to Harvey Birdman. So you're gonna be seeing one of those games first. So sorry you didn't get a chance to see me finish this game off, but it's late, and I think a fifth stream of this would be kind of odd because I'm used to streams like being more than just being like an hour or more. But until then, guys, thanks for watching. Thanks Dallas Collin for subscribing. Thanks Alex, Kevin, and thanks for Mason for a little bit being here with me while I also shoot the shit with them on current events. Until then, I'll see you guys next time. Take care. I'll see you all in the near future. Peace. Achoo.